Hello and welcome to a second session of D&D of Curse of Strahd with us. We need a plan, effectively. Now we've decided to dress up stupidly, terribly in some cases, and amazingly in others. And the only reason there's two of us on camera already was in order to get the cameras to be all aligned in the right place. But that's Elliot, as you may recognise. He is hiding behind a massive beard. And he is obviously playing Trundle. But again, we'll start top left. Snake, reveal yourself.
Hold on. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Remember, whenever I turn my camera off, it doesn't work.
You've broken the camera.
Let me just quickly fix this. I have left the trailer. You can see where I've been. All the there's blood handprints everywhere, which is going to be incredibly inconvenient. But
there we go. Playing or dressing up as Victor. Sorry, Richter. God damn it.
Without the horns, because it's very hard to find them last minute.
Without the horns, but nonetheless, purpled up. A very good effort considering.
Oh, great class.
Yeah. Next up, Sean. Revealed probably the best, most impressive outfit here. There we go. In true mermaid fashion, you've like outdone the wig and tie by a significant amount. But top right, Harry. And that is not a dab, by the way. That's me pointing.
Wait, were we not introducing ourselves, or is that what we're doing?
If you'd like to, by all means, yeah. Because we
No, I'm good.
in full zoom, we have Jack Skellington.
Hello, everybody.
And last but not least, Sophie on my left. Also going for the skeletal look with a. I can't see it properly myself, but a hat perched.
A hat with an eyeball.
And it's rather adorable. Oh, with an eyeball. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I didn't see any of this beforehand. But anyway, this is us today. Oh, Christ, that's scary. We are playing. Thank you, Ajax. So we are going to be continuing on where we left off last session, and just to give a quick recap. We all ended up, or the party, excuse me, not we all, not me. The party just escaped from the death house in the village of Barovia, whereupon they, after poking around a bit, Rare trying to leave, just get away from the sound of sort of moaning, screaming coming from the centre of town, the party ventured into the centre of town, where they came across a screaming woman in her house, very sad, almost inconsolable, thanks to the levitation ability of Rhea, who sort of floated up to the window, chatted with her for a bit. Didn't really get too much, just got her daughter's name, Gertruda, and the fact that she ran away from home before the woman sort of went back to crying a shit ton. And then they headed to a tavern. It was late in the evening and they hadn't had a good night's sleep, and found themselves at the Blood on the Vine tavern. Now, they headed in here, and after ordering drinks from a very sort of mellow bartender, they struck up a conversation with an individual in the tavern. It goes by the name of Ismark. Now Ismark has sort of chatted with the party for a little while, bought their wine and invited them, sort of gave them a proposition of sorts to help protect his sister as well as help bury his father. His father, Kolyan Donavich, was the town's burgomeister, sort of leader, mayor, before heading. Before effectively his heart giving out from attacks from creatures towards the house that he was staying in. So the party, being a relatively good group of people, with the exception of one of you, decided to head to the town, head to his house, and accept this deal. With that, they rested up for the night after chatting with him and meeting his sister Ireena, who has been kept in the house, safe behind the doors from any sort of assault from Strahd. But it was clear that she sort of indicated that she'd been bitten twice by this vampire, and the party, sort of resting up, all had a good night's rest. but some pretty terrible dreams that came with it. With the dreams, they all sort of experienced. Well, they experienced what they experienced. You can go find out if you want to watch before. You can go watch it. But they all had pretty bad dreams. Waking in the morning to, well, I mean, with a full night's rest. And they headed on from there. Went to the church with the body of Ismark's father, and met a priest. This priest called Donavich was quite clearly disturbed, struggling to sort of pray and deal with whatever's going on, and the party heard screams coming up through the floorboards. They decided to go bury the Burgermeister before heading back and trying to figure out exactly what was going on here. Now, there's a bit of a divide between the party at this very point, which we haven't settled on. Where some individuals are sort of keen to head down into the Undercroft after Richter sort of cast suggestion and basically got a lot of information out of Donavich about his son Doru, who was trapped in this Undercroft as a sort of turned creature, but has been there ever since, hasn't hurt anyone, and there's a sort of a moral dilemma taking place at this point. But we left off as Trundle basically kicked open a door, and behind it found a trap door, heavily padlocked and chained, leading to the Undercroft, they believe. And that is where, like I said, that is where we will pick back up. So as you're sort of kicking the doors down, Trundle, moving through the rooms, you push open this one. Again, the ceiling sort of cracked in, some sort of water settling on either side of the room, and at the far end, a trapdoor that is locked and bolted. And as you sort of push through the door, Donavich lunges again, struggling and failing effectively to try and grab you as he's being held by Rhea. He sort of screams out and just goes, "No!" And you suddenly start hearing him almost whimpering, crying, as you know, he sort of is still struggling a bit, but his strength is fairly sapped. And Rhea, you holding him back there, he's fighting a little bit against it, but not enough to sort of pull away from you. But that is where we're at. Again, the occasional scream echoes up from the floorboards, which I will tone down just a little bit for everyone's ears' sake. But yeah, he is there, sort of whimpering, sort of set off to the side. What are you guys doing? I guess at this point you've all seen Trundle push the door open, and I don't think you've said anything yet, but you've kind of stopped in the doorway. You're muted, by the way, Trundle.
Can't tell if you're.
I wasn't speaking. I was just sort of making eyebrows.
Okay.
If someone else has an action before I obviously barrel on through and do the wrong thing, then do let me know.
Well, I at this point I'm a little late in the proceedings, I know, but I'd like to be furiously trying to recall any information I know about vampires, things that have been bitten by vampires. If you say it's a bit too late for me to be doing that, then
I would say it's a bit late. I think we've made some checks on that in the past. I'll say go ahead and make another check, but because it's sort of a retroactive thing, go ahead and just make it with disadvantage.
Yeah, sure. What am I doing? A
Arcana
nature
a vampire check.
Yeah, a vampire check. No, I guess this would be. It's either Arcana. It's basically an intelligence check of your choice. I believe it could be pretty much any of them. Sure.
I'll go for an Arcana.
Yeah, I think Arcana's totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a 5's not great. You rack your brain about it. You know that they can. I mean, it's pretty unclear. There's definitely some movement downstairs and some voice downstairs. In terms of what that'll entail, you're not quite sure. I think Zadie had. I think you rolled pretty badly as well, actually, on your check last week regarding it.
I just know what Daddy said.
Yeah, which was the tales of Pelor creating the vampires. And that's about all you knew. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone in the party with particular knowledge in this subject, unfortunately, and you're not sure yourself.
Can I try and grab Trundle so that he doesn't go through?
Yeah. I mean, you can push through to that sort of point, and he's sort of standing in the doorway looking at this padlock.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, Trundle, unless you're fighting it, I mean, it's not up to me.
You're muted again, buddy.
Yeah.
I keep doing this because cars keep coming by.
No, it's all right. I appreciate it.
I won't be resisting, not at all. I presume that Trundler's, stuck at the lock or the padlock. So I guess yeah, you can grab me, and I'm not gonna fight back and get angry.
Okay, I just think we should wait until we work out exactly what's going on here, because if we just run down there all not knowing what's going on, it's like running into a cage with a bear. It's gonna attack no matter what we do.
And you expect to listen to him, his words? I feel he doesn't know either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Currently, it's down there, so we
He
can
had
work it
no
out.
say in the matter. I merely cast a spell, and he told us what he knew. And unfortunately, for him, it appears that it has led to our intentions running afoul in some cases. But he is not lying when he tells us that some of them haven't. He has not attacked anybody, and his son has remained here for at least a year under his care.
Yes, but he's in his care, locked away. It's not
What?
his own choice.
You argue you should let the vampire run free then?
No, I'm saying that it's clearly miserable down there, but it will inflict terror on the townsfolk if we let it go. So
Has it left?
As you sort of say that, he is there. Donavich sort of just pipes up. He's not left since he came back.
has he tried to leave?
He just kind of shakes his head, but again, he's partly kind of out of this. He's sort of in despair at this point, and only partially what you pick up, but he kind of shakes his head.
Donavich, I'd like for you to tell us the truth. I do not wish to intervene once more. If there has been any attempt of him trying to escape, I would suggest you be forthright, for it may in fact influence our decisions greatly.
He's not tried to leave.
Then he's not tried to leave. Does that satisfy your interests?
No, doesn't. He has every reason to lie.
Yeah, as you're having this conversation, Ismark does sort of wheel himself around a little bit. He does look a little bit, not necessarily negatively at you, Rhea, as you sort of hold Donavich, but he kind of, again, presents this to the group. He just sort of looks across at all of you and says, I am not sure what choice you're going to make, but whichever one you make, if you could make it quickly. I fear to think what might happen if we waste any more time and it gets later into the day. I want to be leaving here with Ireena as soon as possible. So, he just sort of, again, he kind of steps back, folds his arms, doesn't seem to, put himself in either court, but he just kind of waits sort of there and does seem to be looking out, at least, the outside of the world. But
would it hurt just to look at it?
I'm gonna guess yes, because we'll have to open the door.
Will it hurt it? Excuse me.
you hear another scream echo out, and although it does seem to echo out through that area, you can tell that it's not like right behind the door. It does seem to be, this is a relatively sizable building, probably the biggest building in the village at least, perhaps besides maybe the tavern. But you hear that kind of echoes out from the sort of the northwestish corner of the actual building itself. You can kind of hear it echo out in the kind of somewhere the broken pews are. You can kind of hear that's roughly around there.
It ain't hurt no one. I don't think we should go in.
I'm inclined to agree.
I'm gonna stand by the front of the house.
I don't.
I mean, what do you think we should do, right? Like, what I'm saying is, if we open that, we're pretty much in the situation where we're just gonna have to lock it straight back up or kill it.
I don't like either of these things.
Yes.
But I like the idea of it being locked up down there, where it will probably die of starvation anyway at some point.
Ismark, I'm gonna turn to him to sort of get his attention.
Mm-hmm. He sort of looks back.
Are you aware of any other vampire attacks aside from those from Strahd?
Well, he sort of like looks at you earnestly. is not uncommon, perhaps, but I mean, you saw the state of our house. It has been assaulted by other beings sent by Strahd, of course, but vampires I could not say. It's more
Sort of like
wild creatures and undead monsters, but.
Can I push out to the front of the house and make an investigation check? I'm essentially looking for any sort of like sign that there's been like continuous entry and exit of this of Donavich's.
Sure. I would say it's more survival, because survival's kind of tracking that kind of thing. So,
yeah. I'm just looking for tracks or anything that may tell that like he has in fact like left at some point or found the way. Yeah, my 0 was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you rolled to me. It's a 7.
7. That's
I mean, the door. The door is charred. On one side is burnt. There are signs as you've kind of gone at least halfway around this church. There are signs that there's been sort of claw marks on the doorways, on the sort of front doorway, and on some of the stone walls even. A couple of windows are shattered, but in terms of an entry and exit, no, there doesn't. You can't tell. But it doesn't look like there's any particular foot traffic in this place, besides the route to the altar and back between the broken pews. That much is very clear. It's kind of been swept to one side and just left as is.
I just simply remain outside for the duration of this. I've already said my piece.
Okay, so you take a step outside. Ismark sort of there, just like looking across at you. He does look a little bit like anxious to get going, but kind of just nods to you. So what are the rest of you doing?
I mean, yeah, I think our best bet is to try and get an understanding of these things first, and then maybe come back once we know best course of action, rather than just like throwing ourselves in.
And this might be the best way to understand these things.
Agreed. Donavich,
I don't
what have you seen?
think so.
Fine. Then we will let it starve.
Need I remind us we're on borrowed
I mean, I'm not
time?
saying if it's been here for a year, it can wait a couple of days while we work out what the hell to do with it.
Ismark still requires our assistance and he is on borrowed time.
Kind of like, kind of nods with that.
Trundle, do you wish to seek this thing die?
No. I wish to fix something that is not right.
Like,
if it needs to die, it will.
I'm the first to agree that undead creatures need to be, re-deaded and given their rights and all, but like, I just can't shake the feeling that there might be a way of reversing that.
Foolish. Trundle leaves the room, giving a nice shove to everyone in the way out.
Cool. So Trundle sort of shoves his way through and exits as well. And Donavich is still sort of there, grasped by you, Rhea. As he sort of like looks around, you see him kind of seeing that you're all leaving and has kind of been picking up on your conversation. He looks at you, Guzzer, as someone who made a decision pretty early on to just like step back. And he kind of just like nods and says, "Thank you, thank you." But he still looks at you, Rhea, sort of apprehensively, as you hold him. He's not too happy about it.
Let him go, Rhea.
I'm gonna look. Well, I'll look at Guzza when he says that, but then I'll turn straight back to Zadie and say, "Listen, I would not be here if so. I will do what you say."
I agree, it is a conundrum, and I do not know if we've made the right decision, but I think leaving it open for a future decision rather than killing it and leaving that shut is better. Can't go back if we kill it. We can come back now.
Very well. And I'll let Donavich go.
Sure. So as you let Donavich go, he kind of like slumps to the wall, like again seems somewhat vacant, but he brings himself up to his feet and just says, "Thank you, but please, he can be redeemed."
Do you know how?
He repeats what he says before, He just says, the Morning Lord will come through. I am sure of it. He looks over us all. If we can have faith in him, then, well, in his eyes, no one is above redemption. But you see, as he says that, there's like a certain sense of not even agreeing necessarily with his own statement. As you see him kind of like almost glance up in the direction of where the castle is.
Victor, I believe you're right. We are on borrowed time. It's best we leave this man to his sins. Sons, excuse me. And I'd leave.
We'll go now. We'll go now before I say or do something that I regret. Now, I'll walk out.
Mm-hmm. So as you all sort of take your leave, excuse me, you sort of step away, and again Donavich sort of stands at the door, just watching, like again vacant-eyed, but still tracking you guys as you make your way back out into back into town, and Ismark sort of turns to you all and says, "Thank you for making a decision so quickly. We are on the clock." And he sort of starts making his way down, basically heading down there, assuming you're all following, directly to his house, as he sort of talks and walks at the same time. "We've got to get things ready. We will be on foot, but it's the best we've got. I don't have any horses in this town. This is not even a one-horse town. This is a zero-horse town. We must be on our way." And he makes his way again, heading directly down to the thing. As you leave the church, you do hear the scream. Just continue sort of. It doesn't travel too far outside of the church, but you do hear it once more. As you see Donavich.
I put my hands over my ears and just go even faster.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, as you head into town, the moaning of Mary continues. And although you're able to kind of drown most of it out, you're sort of walking in the brisk morning air, just sort of traipsing through the town, heading directly to the house. And as you arrive at the sort of same busted, broken gates, Ismark walks straight up to the door, does the same kind of knock, and just says, "Ireena, it's me. Come on, we've got to head." And the door, she sort of calls out and just says, "He's not with you, is he?" He says, "No, just our friends." And after a brief moment or two, you hear the sound of a couple of bolts being unbolted on the other side of the door, and the door creaks open with Ireena just looking through. Well, she steps aside and lets you all in. You see that there's a sort of a bag that she seems to have packed together, sort of like a big rucksack, a bag of provisions, sort of a roll mat, that kind of thing, tucked underneath it. And Ismark sort of heads upstairs immediately and goes and grabs some stuff and comes back down with a similar looking, slightly heavier bag. You all, I guess, would have taken your stuff with you to the church, or would you have left it here? But either way,
I would have taken all my things.
Okay.
I don't have many worldly possessions anyway, so...
That is fair. So, I mean, as they sort of prep themselves in the hallway, they look at you and say, "Are you ready to go? We don't have much time, but no more time to waste."
I just have a quick question. You know when she asks whether he's with you, if he was, would you really be in a position to say no? Or yes? Like, that just feels like a question that is unnecessary.
She sort of sighs slightly, but does just look at you and just says, "I don't know. I think there at least might be a possibility that I would hear something in his voice. I don't know. It's just any precaution I can take, I will. Do understand that?"
I was just wondering.
She sort of smiles and sort of looking at you. Says, "It is fine. We will. I hope to one day laugh about this and not have to be on constant guard. But are you ready to go?"
Yeah, we'll get you somewhere safe.
She sort of nods, and Ismark is sort of hovering near the door. "No. Let's take our leave. Be rid of this town, at least for the time being." And he opens the door for you all to funnel out. So you'll make your way out. Okay, as you head out again, you have to sort of pass up and across past the tavern and past the screaming. You do pass the provision store, and on that note, again, Ismark sort of gestures to the thing and says, "If you do need to grab anything, this is the place. It is run by he's a pretty nasty man, and will charge you. He'll charge you far too much. But if you need anything, he will have it. At least any sort of adventuring gear."
How long do you think this will take? This journey here?
You see him sort of weighing up his options, and let me actually calculate that just briefly. That's not what I clicked on. Thanks, game. There we go. On foot. This is. It will be about 2 days' travel. So, don't worry, we have packed the tent and provisions and, well, a scant amount of firewood. He sort of just pats his bag.
This the kind of feller who'd happen to have like a couple of potions on him that he got from who knows where?
What, you mean Ismark? You're asking in character to
No,
me?
no, I'm asking in character to
innkeeper.
Ismark about the provisions guy.
He sort of shrugs and says, "I'm not sure. It might be out of his wheelhouse, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Just don't get. If he sets a price, stick with the price. He has a. He sort of gives a simpleton who works, roughs people up if he feels threatened. He's pretty tough, but."
Oh, that's rude. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind popping in and see if he's got anything that'll give us a bit of pep.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind either.
Okay, so again, you see it there. It just says Buildrath Mercantile or Mercantile, excuse me, and it is a pretty large building as well. It is about the same size as the tavern. There is a sign on the door saying "We're open," and a dim light sort of pours out from the window beneath a sort of thick curtain. But as you sort of make your way up there and in, you do see a man standing behind the counter, very sort of gaunt-looking, thin, wisping, balding man, who stands there, hands sort of clasped together on the counter, looking and sort of flicking through a small manuscript, and he sort of looks up and says, "Welcome to Buildrath's Mercantile."
Howdy.
What do you
Hola.
need?
I'm looking for a couple of potions. I don't know if that's something you'd have around here.
This could be done. What kind of potions are you looking for?
So I think primarily I'm looking for a couple of potions of healing.
I do just so happen to have a few of these potions of healing.
How much are they going for here?
500 gold.
Each?
Wow, they must be real good.
He shrugs. Again, he's sort of wearing like a kind of a waistcoat. It looks to be cleanish, a little bit grubby, and there's a top pocket with a small just chain hanging into it. But he just stands at his counter. You look around this section of the building. There's really not much, like there's not shelves and stuff per se. It seems like there's a very small front of store, and there's probably a lot in the back end of the store. But he just sort of looks at you and ponders as he just watches upon you as you discuss this. Or
Is there another guy in here who's huge and scary?
Not that you can see.
Cool.
I'm gonna step up to the counter.
Mhm.
And excuse me, good sir.
Yes.
Surely, judging by the state of the town, you don't receive much business. Perhaps that be due to your pricing arrangements you have. Less
I see we're going for being charming.
He
Stay your hands, Zadie.
Yeah,
You can
he
take
shrugs very slightly and just takes like a very short step back and just says, "We are the only store open in town. If people come through here, well, if they need it, they will pay for it. If you need it, you will pay. And if you don't, you won't."
I step back and sort of, Grisadia nods like, fair enough.
What if we just kind of want it?
If you want it, then you pay the price. It is that simple.
See, where I'm from, they tend to go for a fair bit less. I'm just surprised. Is there something special about them?
They are not easy to come by. As is
many
evidenced
you
by
got
your
back there?
as is evidenced by your inquisition here.
I mean, I already have some.
We do have some.
He just sort of eyes you, just very kind of neutral expression.
Can I roll an insight on him? Just
Uh,
to see what...
what are you trying to glean?
I'm trying to glean if there's any sort of crack in it.
In I don't quite know what you mean.
In this.
In this facade per se. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I mean, go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh, why is that
With disadvantage
Still
17.
disadvantage? Jesus.
That's,
Because
Oh,
I've
you got
still
now.
got my... It's
You
'cause
got
I've
nat
still got
20
my,
first.
it was a
Yeah,
nat
it's
20.
because I've still got my
Hey.
exalted
Yeah,
gun.
so,
Uh-huh.
yeah, so it's a nat 20. I mean, it's a 23, I believe. Yeah, he kind of looks at you. You get the sense that, you know, there are quite a few of you in here, and you get the sense that there's he's edged maybe a couple of feet back from the counter. Still has his hands kind of rested on the edge of them, but rather than sort of leaning almost on the counter. You get the sense that, I mean, yeah, he's marginally intimidated by the presence of four of you. Sorry, five of you, excuse me, stepping in here. Because Ismark sort of...
I'm outside.
Oh, in fact, yeah, so there's only 2 or 3 of you in there.
I'm outside as well.
Okay.
There's 3 of us.
Three of you, okay. But he sort of he seems intimidated by the presence of the 3 of you, slightly. But his demeanor is calm and he seems pretty, like, truthful. Like, well, I'd say truthful. Like, when he says, you know, if people need it, they'll pay for it. It seems to be, you know, that seems to be what he's running with here. And, like, there's no evidence of him sort of saying that to try and push people up, per se. That is just what he runs with.
Okay, because, like, from the direction I'm at, you can either end your day receiving no money or some.
And if I am correct in understanding, if I do not give you this here... And sort of, you see him, like, look around a little bit, as if to sort of, like, inclinate that he's looking around elsewhere. I don't see anywhere else you'll be acquiring one of these things.
I mean, we were just trying to support a local business. We don't really need it.
I am the only local business, so...
So we were trying to support you. We don't need to.
Then you can do so by paying the price, or taking your leave.
I mean, I'm not that fussed, to be honest. I just wanted to know if there are any here.
Then you can take your leave.
I was saying that to Richter. Like, Richter,
Yeah,
do
but
you want anything?
sure, he still says that out there.
I will step back. I will once again step back up to the counter. Do you have any glass vials, perhaps?
I do, but they are currently occupied.
Occupied by
Healing
Potions of
potion.
healing.
how inconvenient.
Aren't they a bit big for your needs anyway?
What's
Well, I'm
that?
not planning to drain a gallon, if that's what you're thinking. Even I am civilized to a degree.
That's what I was thinking. They're a bit large.
How about this? Do you have a grappling hook?
Bear with me.
And some cooking utensils, please.
Ooh, I carry an iron pot.
Just some of the basics.
Not bad.
I need a few pots and pans for the road. Just one iron pot.
So you need.
I love
Bear
that.
with me. I just want to check something here.
I can't work my magic with just one iron pot.
She needs a cast iron skillet.
So a grappling hook. He sort
She
of
needs one of those
says,
things that takes the
says-
stones out of the car.
he says, yes, we do sell grappling hooks here.
And how much would that be?
20 gold pieces.
Yeah.
It comes with the rope.
Oh, it comes with the oh, fabulous. Hey.
And a potion of healing?
And
No,
Zadie, with
no.
the nat 20, you get the sense that it coming with the rope is just a slightly snide sort of,
Yeah.
that's thrown in for free kind of thing.
Man, it sucks being a good character.
And what about the cooking utensils?
We do not stock cooking utensils.
Where do folks get them from then, if there ain't another shop?
Well, I suppose you're asking for the specific tools with which to cook and carve, and we do not serve this. I'm sure we could sell you a pot or a pan, but that would probably be coming from my home, and it would be used.
No, I think I would rather find a set. But I will take the grappling hook and the rope that comes with it.
He smirks slightly as you say that. That will be 20 gold pieces.
I do have. I'll take out and just
20.
Sure.
tip it onto
Yep.
the floor.
20 for
not
a
onto the floor.
grappling hook. And
Yep.
And the rope. And the rope. Don't forget the rope.
It comes with a rope attached. It is like a.
I'm
It's like
really
a. It's like a
expecting
short.
the
It's like.
girl to rob him later.
You see as he sort of as he waits till you hand the money over and sort of takes it quickly and pockets it before he sort of turns and he sort of opens this door that seems to be kind of like a two-way door just ever so slightly and just sort of calls out and goes, "Periwinkle, go get the hook." And you see as he sort of just comes back to almost to his like resting neutral place, just with his hands just resting on the counter, just there sort of waiting, and you hear a bit of shuffling and stuff going on in the back room before you hear sort of a heavy sort of thud as the door swings open and this rather hefty like built person wearing simple white sort of tunic effectively and a belt just across the center just comes forward and just again he looks again somewhat vacant behind the eyes. His hair is sort of thinning, but he looks to be relatively young. It's almost like his hair is thin and just stuck down to the top of his head, and he stands about 7.5 feet tall. He sort of just lumbers forward and just places the thing down on the counter with a thud. His sort of meaty hands dwarfing the size of the grappling hook, and he sort of just places it down. Says, "Good, Periwinkle. Now back to what you're doing." And he sort of just nods and just and he just makes his way back through the door,
Nice.
which he has to sort of duck down. You see
you.
sort of look around and he doesn't really respond and just sort of shuffles back. And you see that he's physically very, very imposing.
Interesting helper you have there.
I don't see how that concerns you.
It doesn't. I just make an observation, that's all. Is the rope there as well?
Yes, there is a rope attached.
Okay.
It's not like a 50-foot long rope. It's like say maybe 20-foot long or so, like rope that is sort of already bound to it. It doesn't look used or anything like that. The grappling hook just seems, it's just bound to it as it would be.
But it is a
It is a grappling hook, yeah.
I'll pick you up and put it with my stuff.
Mhm.
That's all. Thank you.
He sort of nods.
Any cloths, bandages?
Let me have a look here. He sort of shrugs and just says, "Not the kind of bandages you're looking for."
The assumption being you know what I'm looking for. What do you have?
You want something that is used for the purpose of medical use. I can sell you cloth. I can sell you a bedroll. I can sell you a blanket. I cannot sell you...
I will take you. I will take some cloth.
He sort of
It will
nods.
do.
He sort of nods and goes, "That will be 5 gold pieces."
I sigh and hand over 5 gold pieces.
So again, you see he goes back at this point, but he's particularly quick in sort of his return, giving maybe 5 or so seconds where he sort of ducks back, comes back with what is essentially a bed sheet, and places it in front of you. Again, it is kind of that off-white, beigey kind of color. Just places it there.
Okay, I hand him my 5 gold.
Well, he takes the gold before he goes and gets it. So, yeah. And again, he just resides back there, just waiting, looking at you, and sort of watching you in turn as you sort of stand around in this
That will be all.
foyer space.
Zay, do you have any more interest?
I think I'm good. I think you should just remember that there is a God watching you always, and you could choose to be a good person, or you could choose to continue like this.
As she starts saying this, I'm going to grab her arm and start pulling her towards the door.
Your eternal soul is in danger!
Yeah, he smirks slightly and shrugs and just says, as you're sort of thinking, "If you want it badly enough, you will pay for it." As you sort of leave, and again, it sort of hits a bell as you leave out. So, ding, ding, step out.
Lady, sometimes it is just not worth it. It really isn't.
I have to say, I have to try with everyone I meet.
I know, but
How else is
you
one
are
to
so
receive
adorable.
salvation?
I give her a cheek pinch and then just wander off.
Sure.
Right up.
Yeah.
So cute.
Yeah, Ismark sort of there, like ready to go. Ireena sort of again has a cloak, hood up, sort of covering her face as much as she can. But it's. I mean, you guys know that it's her. And Ismark just says, "Did you get what you need?
More or
To an
less.
extent.
Then let us go."
Let's go.
And he sort of leads the way west out of town. That sort of heads west and then ducks down to the south, as you can kind of see there. And this is gonna be an interesting one because I've considered how there are ways in which we can do this. But what I will say is that as you sort of start traveling and leave the village of Barovia, as you sort of head to the southwest, Ismark will sort of pull out a fairly, like, it's going to be a lot better drawn for you guys than it is for your characters and for this map. But he pulls out a map nonetheless of this area, and he sort of just shows it to you all. It says, "This is well," and he indicates that this is where we are. This is Barovia, and he sort of points it out, and we have to head. He sort of gestures and puts his finger pretty much bang in the center of the, like, east to west of this map, but it's a little bit north, and says, "We are heading here. This is Vallaki." And if you bear with me, because we're going to have to do a little bit of tweaking here, but he brings you here, and you guys are... Where is the icon that I was using? Here we go. We'll just take it from the other map. As you head southeast out of, or southwest, excuse me, out of the village, you guys are all here. You see where you are? And I'm gonna, again, there's going to be a little bit of uncovering here. And he marks, he points at this map, points at this this village right here, sort of in the center of the map, center top of the map. And I'm just going to quickly going to move to, that should be, yeah, there we go, that should be visible. So yeah, so just for indication, this is where you guys are, and this is where he points up here to this place. We're headed to Vallaki, and it will be about 2 days journey, but if we rest up quickly, keep moving, and he sort of looks up to the, again, overcast skies. If we move and the skies and the weather are kind to us, we will should make it there by evening, before nightfall on the second day. And he sort of looks at you all, says, "Now, you may not like them, but there are, you know, those people we saw in the tavern, the ladies dressed in fine garb."
Ah, the ladies who took my wine. Yes,
He just chuckles
Was the
slightly.
take?
I remember that.
He says, "I would be wise not to upset them, but I am not one to trust them greatly, but it may be easiest for us all if we... they have an encampment, a small group of them, quite welcoming actually, alongside the river that runs east to west," and he points here. Points right here, he says, "They keep an encampment there, and although it will only eat up some of our journey, if we travel fast on the next day, we will make it to Vallaki, no problem. But we could rest up with them and, well, I don't know, sometimes they can be of help, sometimes not so much. We can do that, and I can feel more assured that we'll be safe during the night, but, well, I can appreciate if you do not want to spend time with them, since you did not get on so well." And he looks at you, Rare.
If they
Are
have
they-
wine, I don't care.
Are they of your kind, Ismark?
What do you mean? Human, like me?
Are they human.
Yes, yes. He sort of looks at all of you and addresses this for the first time, really, and says, "There are not many people who are not like myself in this place. You are a strange bunch indeed, and you may get some strange looks in Vallaki. I don't know, but
That's okay. I'm used to it.
Would there be any ill intent?
He sort of nods and says, sorry, shakes his head and says, I do not believe so, but people can be fickle. People can be scared. That is a given in a place like this. But
Well, we don't look scary, do we?
he chuckles. He chuckles and says, "Not once people get to know you, but individuals such as yourself, you might upset small children and the like until you show your kind and giving ways." But look,
Oh, I may be in trouble.
he says, "But you look pretty. You can blend in without too much of a problem." Anyway, let's go. And again, this is all sort of taking place whilst you journey, as you have this conversation. As you're riding, is there anything you guys want to do specifically as you sort of ride? And could I get a marching order as well?
Where's your
I mean, I'm
I
happy
will
to take
stay
the lead.
close to the front because that's where
Yeah.
apparently
I mean,
I am.
Ismark is riding
You
pretty
keep
close.
dodging ahead, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Ismark is riding close to the front, and it's like Ireena is directly behind him.
Did you say right? Do we have horses? Have I missed the fact we have horses?
Excuse
No
me.
horses.
No. Sorry. My mind is going everywhere if I did say riding. Excuse me. Sorry. On foot, leading the pack, and Ireena is sort of directly sort of behind him though, sort of on his shoulder practically, as they walk. And he seems to be constantly on guard. She is just trying her best to just conceal herself as you journey along to the southeast. And it's not long before you do hit a bridge. It's a wide bridge, a stone bridge that just rides over this rather crystal clear water that runs through the valley. And it sort of it is eerily blue in a way, not glowing or anything like that, but it just seems to be very, very clear, very clean. The land itself isn't particularly dirty, but it is misty. The skies are constantly overcast, and as you sort of come to the bridge again, you cross over with no real issue, but continue just venturing through the woods for a little while as the trees sort of pull in on either side. It's a wide enough path, and there's enough of a gap that. Oh,
Sorry.
no, that's all right.
Harry's putting his hand up.
I had a couple of questions.
Yeah,
I
go
didn't
for it.
want to interrupt you.
Go for it.
Two things. One, what time is it about now?
I would say it's sort of hitting early afternoon. Again, factoring in the sort of the stuff that happened in the morning, and sort of the journey to get to the bridge at that point, which would take about an hour, thereabouts. Maybe a little bit under an hour. I'm not sure, but you'd be looking at sort of a little bit after midday.
And secondly, I spoke to you about this last week about the bullseye lantern. I wanted to try and attach that to my sickle at some point. Could I be using some sort of tools which I might be proficient in to make?
I would say that would have to happen over a long rest. You'd need some you'd need
okay.
tools, and you'd need to be working on them. I don't know if you have the tools that you're proficient in, but
Your discretion, I assume.
well, yeah. I mean, effectively, I'd say what is it that you're proficient in?
Tools that are really good at making picks on saves, I think.
You should know what tools you're proficient with by now.
Maintenance.
Yeah, it would probably be smithing tools, and I would say sure you could pick smithing tools. You know the caveats that come with that, but yeah, it would really be something that would happen over a long rest. So yeah, it's not something you can kind of work on whilst you're walking or anything like that.
Fine.
You'd be kind of looking at welding, sort of like a small hoop, effectively on the top.
Hoop, yeah. So
But-
I appreciate that I can't use it while using my two-hander thing at the same time, but I'm sure I can carry one and carry the scythe in the other. I just can't use them in an aggressive situation.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to attack with a weapon. You'd have to drop the lantern. Like not even with disadvantage. Because of the nature of a heavy weapon, effectively, or two-handed weapon. Cool. So as you sort of again, are you carrying the lantern at this point? I mean, it's midday, but the sky is constantly overcast. It's always got a little bit of gloom, but the lantern wouldn't really be helping at this point in time.
Only when it's useful.
Sure. So as you journey on and you sort of take a bend through the river, you look out through the forest and you can kind of see shadows shifting, mist moving, but nothing specific, nothing tangible. And again, it just feels like it's getting a little bit colder as the day wears on. You sort of come round and re-meet up with the river, and it's around this point in time that you start feeling just a little pitter-patter. As you sort of put your hand out, you can feel occasional drops getting larger and larger, sort of pouring down and impacting the ground and hitting your clothes and soaking you within a few minutes. The rain kicks up, and in fact, if you bear with me, where is it?
It's creepy when you smile.
Coming.
Yeah. What is this one?
Wonderful.
Yeah, and it's not long before the rain kicks in and really starts pouring down quite heavily as you journey along here and make your way round through the bend. And Ismark sort of calling out ahead, just being like, "It's not long before we fork off to the encampment." And about half an hour later, as it's cresting into the early to mid afternoon, say like about 2 p.m. at this point, you hit a point where the road splits. Now, the path to the left definitely looks wider and more well travelled, but Ismark sort of stopped at that crossroads and is waiting for you, and he sort of says, "We're heading this way. We need to get into shelter." But it's around this time that you look around and you see that surrounding the crossroads isn't so much a it's not just a signpost per se, although there is one that sort of it just indicates one way and it says Vallaki, and the other way just says Barovia, not indicating anything down that pathway. In fact, it does say Serpool, Tser, which I will mark there. Excuse me. But what you see around you, as opposed to just all of these this signpost in Ismark, is that on one side of the road there is an old gallows hanging there, sort of creaking in the wind ever so slightly. There's a frayed length of rope that hangs from it, but no one hanging on it, thankfully. And on the north side of the road, near where the forest is, sort of almost in feeding into the forest, is what looks to be some kind of graveyard. There's a crumbled wall on either side, but you can see that it's a relatively small plot of graves. And there's an individual sort of there, like you see sort of in a wide brim hat, sort of drenched in rain, sort of just down, seemingly with a spade out, and is currently digging at one of the graves, sort of in the center of the area, just sort of digging away, sort of leather coat wrapped around them, but face very much obscured, what looks like longish, darkish hair out on the outside, but they're sort of digging away in the rain almost relentlessly. Just you can barely hear it because of the rain. But Ismark's sort of there, just sort of pointing off in this direction, seemingly sort of not really paying too much attention to the graveyard.
Just casual grave digging, standard.
Mm-hmm.
Is it common, Ismark, for people to be out in this weather, continuously digging graves?
He sort of looks across and looks out at the graveyard and says, "No, I suppose it is not, but do not recognize that one. It could be from Vallaki."
Pay it any heed.
He sort of shrugs and says, "I suppose we have time. Our journey today is not too long. Tomorrow is when we will be making most of the legwork."
He's either a man in need or a man doing something he shouldn't. I think either way we should go see what he's up to. Do we know it's a man? Sorry. Did we see
yeah, it looks like a man. Yeah, physically,
Okay.
physically, looks like a man.
We hope he's the man, judging by his...
Yeah, I mean, again, it's sort of hunched over slightly, but looks to be. You can kind of see like just a bit of skin through what looks like a beard and some longish hair, and a wide brimmed hat. For context of those of you who have played it, he kind of looks like, or know this. He looks like a combination between sort of like this looks like a combination between, say, Slash from Guns N' Roses and Yorick from League of Legends. If for a reference
That's exactly what I had it pictured as.
Yeah.
Effectively, slightly less like hunched and you can't see his face, but fully. But he seems to be digging away nonetheless, and hasn't sort of really noticed your presence, as there's like a small kind of crumbled wall that surrounds the plot of graves. You count maybe a dozen headstones all dotted around the place. But he just continues to dig. You approach.
Good sir.
Again, the digging continues for a couple more sort of digs as you see the hole that's currently being dug appears to be about sort of maybe 1.5 feet deep at this point. It's still relatively shallow, and the water's kind of sludging in it and making it almost like a small dirt bath. And a couple more digs before it kind of comes to a point and just shoves the shovel into the dirt, and his head sort of looks up, and you see again a man who looks to be, it's very hard to age him simply because of his thick beard, his long hair. You can see the sort of wrinkle lines on his face, but it could just be due to hard work, and his hands are covered by thick gloves. But he looks up at you and sort of just hails from a little bit of a distance as you are. And he sort of just rests on his spade.
Hail! What business do you have here?
Quite the weather we've got here. I sort of look up at the sky.
Quite. It is a good day to dig graves. The ground is soft.
And as he smiles and he chuckles, you see that he's missing a lot of teeth. His bottom row of teeth, you see about 3 or 4 teeth kind of jutting up at awkward angles. And you don't really see too much of the rest of it because it is all sort of his top lip is covered by a thick sort of thick mustache that sort of droops down almost into his mouth.
Sure. As a sort of a farm boy myself, I would know about sort of like treating ground and all that stuff. Is what he's saying probably does sound true? It is easier to,
yeah, I mean, I'll say you have this. Yeah, there's no check that you really need. I mean, you as you've pointed out, that is effectively what you do and what you know. Yeah, I mean, it could make for a little bit more difficult when you get down into it and get below the water level, which has risen. But in terms of actually digging into cold, hard ground, or dry, hard ground can be particularly tiresome. When the ground is wet, or at least damp, it can be a lot easier to sort of sink a spade in and shovel out a huge chunk of earth. So what he's saying holds up. He also looks a little bit deranged, but that seems to be the case with most people you've met here. So it's not too out of the ordinary.
Sure.
But he kind of gives you a toothy grin and laughs at that. Sort of
Quite right you are, sir. Perhaps myself I can help you with that. And I sort of start to walk, like showing no aggressive behaviour as I walk closer.
Yeah, he sort of stands there, sort of smirking in the rain, and he gestures to the sort of broken wall. Where there is, you see like a couple of broken shovels where the heads have either been bent or the actual shovel has just snapped and rotted away. But there are a couple of sort of shovels shoved off to one side by the wall. There doesn't appear to be any sort of shed or shack in this area. It just appears to be a pile of like buckets and shovels and other couple of tools like that, but nothing extraordinary. But he does gesture to the spade and says,
"By all means, dig in."
And he sort of grabs the spade and starts sort of, and he sort of as he shoves the dirt over his shoulder, he looks across at all of you. There's sort of like his eyes peering out from beneath this sort of thick brimmed hat, and he sort of gives you that nod across the way. But as he continues to sort of shovel the dirt out and create this sort of small mound next to where the grave is, you're gonna just help him effectively dig the same grave.
Yep.
Sure.
Can I ask, what town does this graveyard belong to?
So what town?
Yeah.
And you're asking him or you're asking me? You're doing it in Zadie's voice. I think
I'm asking him.
Sure,
yeah.
sure thing. He sort of looks at, again. His eyes look up and he just sort of smirks and goes,
I suppose it belongs to no one, but it belongs to the dead.
I mean, where did these dead come from?
It beats me.
And he just again, as he's sort of like doing this as he just continues to shovel away.
Yeah. But I have one to bury.
And he gestures over. There is next to the wall on the northwestern side. There's like a kind of a cart that looks like it's small enough that it could have been sort of wheeled by an individual, but could also probably have a horse in between as well. And he gestures over there, and you see just what look like essentially covers over the back of it. And he sort of says,
"We have one to bury."
Where did he come from?
He sort of just he gestures down sort of the pathway towards where these individuals are supposed to be, this encampment. He says,
"From down that way. Found him on the road. Best to bury the dead, lest it come back to haunt you in the day."
Just continuing to dig.
So, do you have like their name and stuff or headstone? You done like rats?
He shakes his head.
Put them on the ground and be done with it.
There are gravestones on other graves.
Yeah, they look quite old. You go like it is heavily raining.
Yeah.
If you go over to one, go ahead and just make a perception check. I think because that's like pretty reasonable. I don't know, you're reasonably okay at perception. Not at disadvantage, just a normal check.
I'm not exhausted anymore.
Not anymore. Oh
Not
no!
anymore.
She's got your connection has been interrupted. On roll 20.
Did that come through?
It
Everyone just
hasn't come
My
through.
connection's been interrupted as well.
Can
Really?
anyone see my message?
Nope.
Connection from
I can see
mine
your iron
beyond
pot.
also.
Oh dear.
Roll 20
Like
might be
that.
roll 20 might be shafting us. But it's okay. We don't need to make. I'll say you can have this one because it doesn't
I
require.
mean, it's a 16. I rolled it.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you've got the result, it will come through
Yeah.
eventually. I trust you. 16 is pretty good. Oh, it's come through now, and the message has got.
Oh, everything's back.
We're all good. We're all good.
Everyone's there.
That's sort of like that moment when you're like sinking.
Happy
through the thing, like,
Halloween! Just scared you guys!
We
Thanks,
just
roll
spooked
20.
you.
Yeah, they really got me there.
True Halloween.
Fuckers. So as you go over to one of the graves, you sort of are able to see that although it is faded and worn, there are sort of effectively engraved messages in amongst the dirt of the gravestone. The gravestone is pretty dirty though, and you kind of would have to effectively scrub away a little bit to read it. It's got sort of mossy stuff kind of grown on either side, and the actual infill, whatever has been engraved here, although you know it's there, is kind of coated in a layer of just grime.
Okay. Do any of the gravestones look new?
Taking the same perception check. No, none of them do. They all look pretty old. But I'll say that noting where there is tilled earth here, there also appears to be tilled earth sort of not too far away either. Not near any of the current existing gravestones, but in a couple of spaces where there are spaces, there is sort of a freshly dug space over to the sort of very far end of the graveyard.
So you're just burying people in unmarked graves?
He shrugs and nods as he continues to dig, and Gus sort of digs alongside him. Again, Ismark sort of lingering there. He's sort of moved himself to the side of the fence and sort of looking across at you. This is quite the sign. What is? And he sort of looks at you, Guzza. He says, "Looking to help this man in need. Do you need anything, sir?" And he kind of looks up and just goes,
No, I have help here from my friend. Thank you.
again, he looks up to you guys and gives you that kind of toothy smile. You see his eyes are almost a little jaundiced, kind of yellow. But he, of all the people you've met besides Ismark and Ireena, he seems to have a fair bit of life in him. Seems to be pretty, like, I don't know how to describe it, but happy and excitable.
Rattling along.
Yeah, exactly. What are the rest of you doing as well at this point in time? As Guz is digging, Zadie's kind of poking around the graves. Ismark has come over, and Ireena is kind of staying specifically separate, kind of keeping herself masked.
Did he gesture towards where the bodies were laid?
Yeah, he gestured towards a sort of a wagon that's sort of tipped up like you know, sort of a wagon that could be pulled effectively by an individual, like I said, or you could probably get a horse in there instead.
All right, I just want to take over and take a look, like see how many are there. Like, is there any sort of like discernible characters and the like?
Sure. Okay, so as you go over there and sort of flip up the kind of cloth that is soaked through again. There's no tarpaulin or anything like that in here. You pull it up and immediately there's this form lying there, just sort of this slacked jaw kind of goes and sort of lunges towards you. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative. As yeah, so bear with me. As this thing
Richter,
did not expect that
Richter,
choice.
you
done it again! He's done it
again!
again!
Jesus!
This thing lunges towards you. However, you all hear a snap of lightning sort of crush through the skies. You hear the sound of like creaking on the gallows around you, and Guzza in front of you. the form of this individual who was there. This man who's sort of digging, as he's sort of looking at you and smiling, saying, "My friend." He sort of just disappears, and the shovel just clatters to the ground in front of you. As you hear...
Does my shovel go as well?
No, your shovel's real. The shovel clatters to the ground as well. The individual seems
Got me a shovel.
disappear.
Free shovel.
Okay, so bear with me slightly because there's a couple of different ways.
That to your,
there's a couple of
iron
different
pot.
ways this could have played out effectively.
How else do I stare?
Right, from now on, Richter, you're not allowed to touch anything. Anything at all.
Bear with me.
You will have to.
I need to get sure this is
Unfortunately,
all
you might have to tell Richter another time because
I
right
will.
now I'm inspecting some bodies.
Anything Victor touches are hearts. But that's mainly because that's where the most blood is. So that's the problem.
Okay, so I just need to get the layout of this correct.
I just want the purest extract.
Jesus.
Impossible to find syringes.
Okay,
it
so-
really is.
Richter is over here, and
this
again,
day.
be aware that there's no locking on this grid, because I couldn't get it to align very well, unfortunately.
Junkies are ruining it.
And it is slightly, the scale is slightly a little bit fucked. So do be aware of that. But Guzza, you would be over around here. Zadie, you had come up and you were checking out the. What were you looking at? You were looking at because you'd seen the stuff.
Yeah, gravestones and graves and.
Sure. And Ray, you were hanging back as well, sort of near Trundle.
I would have been, yes.
Sure.
I'm enjoying the rain.
Okay,
Just,
so
like-
yeah, you stand out sort of
like
on the
a-
pathway, and this map is slightly off scale, so do be wary. I did sort of butcher this slightly, because I wanted a graveyard, and I found a really good graveyard that was free to use, but I wanted to make sure that it was that it looked good, and that kind of I've compromised on scale slightly. So you will see as again creaking appears behind you, and Trundle Rare, you hear the sort of sound of almost swinging gallows as you spin round and detaching from the gallows, sort of landing on the ground from seemingly nowhere are three sort of zombie-like figures that have sort of lunged to the ground, just start lurching their way towards you. The one near you, Richter, however, I'm going to say just gets a swipe right off the bat. Because you've uncovered it. It's effectively like the tiniest surprise round you've ever had. As I will need to open that sheet up.
Thankfully.
I'm still tracking undead and all of that, I believe. We haven't decided otherwise since last session.
Yes. I assume you have it on undead as default, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, my camera gone.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say it makes. I'll say it makes just a claw attack towards you. That's an 11 to hit though. So
My
it's
AC is 12.
okay, so it swipes out at you. You're not like you're expecting dead. You're expecting dead, and it is dead. It's just undead as well. So it sort of lunges out at you. Now, could I get everyone to roll initiative?
Click your tokens,
please?
click your tokens, people.
Yeah, click your tokens before you roll it.
Give me just half a second.
Oh God.
Ooh, Zadie, nice.
Do we have your axe? Give
Fine.
me.
This guy.
Finally, a
you
good
will.
initiative.
Bloody hell!
Okay, so
In sub 5.
Guys, we were ready for this shit.
Trundle knows exactly what's going on.
Elliot doesn't.
yeah. So I think it's fair to say you're roughly where you were dotted out. Maybe Zadie would be back a little bit, not on the gravestone. So yeah, so back there, Guzzy, you were sort of digging roughly where that thing was. And the thing lunges out at you, Richter, as you sort of all hear this crack of lightning. You swivel and see these things falling off the gallows, sort of stumbling forwards towards you. That is going to be all the initiatives rolled. So, Trundle, you're up. You see as this thing kind of lunges out and gets to its feet next to Richter, but at the same time, three things sort of drop down behind you, about 10-15 feet off of these gallows. As there's suddenly three ropes all swinging with empty nooses, and one which still has something hanging. It looks like a body, but it's not visible. It's not sort of detached or moving. So, Trundle, what would you like to... Oh, you're muted, mate.
Every time.
Every time.
So many delivery things, and
That's alright.
there's another car going by now. So
Don't worry.
yeah, I'll use my blood right to do the cold damage, and I'll
Okay.
get all that blood out of my veins and onto my sword. And
Yeah, so it
make
is now.
look
It is now, I
all
believe,
fancy.
3 points because it's your level. So, so your
Yes,
your
so-
max and current HP dropped by 3, down to 28. You can just do it by temp because assuming no one's going to heal you at this point, You can just drop the temporary rather than the maximum.
Cool. And then I will make a rapier attack on the pink one.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll change his colours slightly so you can get a better view. Orange. I'll make him orange. Just so there's not pink and purple right next to one another. So you step forward and you bring your blade
straight
out.
away and swipe. Hold up for rapier.
Okay, a 15 is going to hit, I believe. These are not hard to hit.
Cool.
Yeah, 15 is definitely going to hit, and it deals a total of 13 piercing damage as you. Okay, so as you sort of stab through it, it sort of, and it does obviously hit and deal all that damage, but it's still very much standing, sort of just lurching near you. That's your attack. Is that your turn?
That is my turn indeed.
All right, cool. So again, we just go with the randomizer. Zadie, you're up. Guzzy, you're next, even though you're on the same initiative.
Okay. The down by Trundle, are they hidden behind a wall?
No, not so. I'd say they have maybe half cover because it's like crumbled wall. In fact, no, they are not. Excuse me. This is why I wanted to use a graveyard, but it doesn't fit the battle too well. So no, they're not behind a wall. They're all out in the open.
In that case, I'm going to Sacred Flame at yellow. Actually, that doesn't even matter if it's got cover or anything.
That specifically doesn't matter. That one cantrip that says it, yeah. Cool. Very nice. No.
I'll just make really sure that this thing that doesn't matter isn't there. Yeah, so I'm going to say Sacred Flame yellow.
Sure. Okay, so yellow has to make a dex save. That's these guys' strong point.
Oh.
It actually made it. That's crazy. I didn't expect it to make it. So it makes the save as you sort of try and spark the flame around it. It just doesn't catch. It seems to just be slipping and lumbering through the mud towards Rhea.
Okay, then I'm one.
Okay, yeah. It's just count each square 5 feet. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Cool.
Black and
Okay.
yellow.
Guzza, also an 18. These are some really good initiatives, although, guys. Really good initiatives.
Incredibly good.
Yeah.
Too good.
Too good. All right. You'll be
Right. Richter's in trouble. Richter's in trouble. Right. Can I?
Yeah, for his own fault.
Well, I'm going to get towards Richter and try a new thing because we've leveled.
Okay.
Ooh,
Funky.
funky fresh beats.
Obliterate.
Right. So I think that's about 10, 15 feet. I don't know. And then I'm assuming, am I 10 feet away? I assume.
Yeah, you're 10 feet away now.
Okay, because I would like to try this, please, Mr. DM. So I'm going to use my channel divinity, and then I'm going to press the thing, and I'm going to call it Nature's Wrath.
Okay.
Shall I read it, or?
Yeah, I mean, so you go ahead and read it.
So you can use your channel divinity, which is the power I've just used, to invoke primal forces to ensnare a foe. As an action, you can cause spectral vines to spring up and reach for a creature within 10 feet of you that you can see. The creature must succeed on a strength or dexterity saving throw, its choice, or be restrained. While restrained by the vines, the creature repeats the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. On a success, it frees itself, and the vines vanish.
Okay, so you going for the blue zombie. You
Correct. Yes.
point your hand out, and this green energy, sort of healthy green energy, springs up from your finger and wraps into the ground, not hitting the creature before these vines just wrap out of the ground and start to basically twist around it and ensnare it. It has to make a strength save. Or dex.
Dexterity.
I think I'll go with strength because I think it's a bit better at that. It's still not great, but it gets an 18, unfortunately. As you sort of to try and wrap it up, the vines start to push around it, but the cart that it's on, it kind of pushes the cart up and over and sort of tips it out. Where again you see that a couple more bodies topple out, but they're not undead. They seem to just be dead bodies that topple out onto the ground. And it starts to wreath around it, but it's lunging towards Richter at this point. Doesn't land, unfortunately. Anything else with your turn? You have a bonus action and half your movement.
Yeah, I'm going to think. Is this? I mean, am I divided by this wall between him and this side?
No. I mean, the wall's there, but there's enough holes in it and crumbled. Like on that side, that is where the wall is, but it's crumbled and broken enough that you can kind of step in and out of it without.
So I can be beside him and not have to worry about things.
Yes. Correct.
I will stand beside him and be like, Richter, get out of here.
Okay.
And then sort of stand up,
Yeah,
big scythe boy ready.
Sure. Okay, Richter, you're up. Ray, you're up next.
Okay, first action, I'm going to disengage so I don't get AO'd.
Okay, so that's your action.
Yep, I'm just going to stroll away, and as I stroll away, I tell Guzza, Sometimes I just can't help myself. I'm just gonna stand over here.
Sure. Yeah, you basically
That's my turn.
switch positions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, just stroll away. It's like pat him on the back. It's all you, buddy. You're good.
Yeah. Okay, Rhea, you're up.
Swearing under my breath in every dialect of Primordial that I know, I'm going to dash forward around Zadie towards Yellow here, and I am going to try something new as well. I am going to use Booming Blade on it.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make the attack roll as you do. Again,
Hoping I
you can
put
ignore
this
the
in
wall.
all right.
Cool. An 11 does hit. These guys are not hard to hit.
Thank
Um,
God.
cool. And you, interesting. You. Okay.
Yep. So, slash it with my short sword as I cast the spell, and then I will use my canny action to disengage and dash back behind one of the graves.
Okay. So you use the attack. It doesn't take the damage now. It takes it if it moves. The thunder damage because you
It takes the piercing damage.
It does take the piercing damage, no problem, as your blade cuts across. As you see this small crackle of energy sort of like wraps around its legs slightly. You see that again the weather perhaps is dampening it or something. That's why it's only 1 damage if it hits. But it wraps around its legs, and you kind of see this faint pulsation coming from it, not actually landing, seemingly slowly being dissipated by the weather.
Quick question. Am I close enough to that one for her to have got sneak attack?
You're not, I don't believe. Yeah, you
No,
moved
I
up to
didn't
there.
think so.
Again, you went sort of 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. I mean, you technically could have been, but I believe you kind of put yourself in this square.
Yeah, I was
Effectively.
trying to get in front of her. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I mean that. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not next to it. If you did it because of the wall, and if you're honest, you did it because the wall's there. The wall's not actually there, so you could have been there.
No, I did it to just be between Ray and it, which
Okay.
she then ignored.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. She dipped in and out and so made herself roughly back there. Okay, at around this point in time that you hear this sort of from the north through basically into the tree line, as you can see the trees are kind of encroaching in on this graveyard almost. You hear the sound of one piercing echo out before you hear 2, 3, 4 match it. They're coming from the north. Again, it's kind of misty, it's kind of foggy, it's pretty difficult to see far into the trees, but you hear a definite howl come from there. As well as, funnily enough, Richter, you hear this deep kind of this this fading laughter coming from where the individual was standing, but it seems to be kind of just fading. Because you kind of moved too far away and it's still raining, that you're not able to hear it too well. It is now, however, the 3 zombies down here's turns. That one is going on the 5 initiative, the one that sort of tried to be wreathed. So the one here is just going to lumber towards you, Zadie, and it's going to try and attack. These guys are not particularly great combatants, but it does make 3 attacks. So it makes 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. So it takes the 1 damage as it steps forward, and you hear this sort of pop as a bit of sort of thunder damage wraps around its legs. But it is going to make its bite attack, and then its 2 claw attacks. So the bite attack is a 10 to hit, the claw is a 10 to hit, and the second claw is a 20, so that one does hit. It lunges forward, its mouth pushing over your shield. You kind of get this as it comes at you. One hand comes across and just slams into your armor. You're able to kind of like shift out the way of it, but that opens you up from the side of the shield, and the other hand just slams forward, slamming into your neck, effectively cutting through some of your flesh that's exposed up here. And it just pulls back, and you see it sort of continue trying to push against you. The other ones are just going to go for you, Trundle. So this is going to be 6 attacks against you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's 3 attacks apiece.
6?
Yeah, they make 3 attacks.
Thank you, boy.
Bring it.
So again, bite 16 does not hit, I don't believe. No, brushing it off.
I think it's an 18.
I think it's an 18. A 15 doesn't hit, and a 15 doesn't hit. So the orange one that's been impacted already kind of just lunges towards you, and you're able to just basically fend that off with your shield arm. The other one, we'll see how that one goes. That's a 7. That's a 22. It managed to get a hand in and catch you a little bit. And the second one is a 7. So the final attack is a 7. So it managed to get 3 damage in as it sort of just like scratches your skin ever so slightly on your non-shielded arm. That is their turns, however, because there's no one in between them. The other one is going to go in the initiative order, and it is going to sort of push away from the cart, move over here. The vines kind of still wreathing some of the wood of the cart, but not on him, unfortunately. And he's going to make the same 3 attacks against you, Gaza. So that's a bite. That's an 18 to hit. I believe that hits.
It does.
Okay, and then a claw. That's also going to hit with a 19. Again, minimal damage and a 9. So as this guy comes out, he kind of moves with slightly faster speed than you expect. His hand catches you. His hand catches you in the throat. You're able to bash the other hand away, but he lunges forward and just bites into your arm as past your shield, and just like again only digs in a little bit because of your armor, but it still does deal the 6 total damage as he tears into you a little bit. That is their turns. However, you hear this howling and you start to hear the sound of sort of as things are running in from the north. I need to quickly roll win initiative for this lot, and I'm going to pack them up slightly. So bear with me. And then these ones are going to be a different pack. They're going to be potion bottles. So they are currently on the screen. You won't see them, but they will come into play because they're a little bit further out than they actually are visually here. So I need to roll initiatives.
What are the 2 people who we're supposed to be like protecting?
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah.
Where
Because-
is?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't want to draw attention to that.
No, that's a fair point. Effectively, if you want to call over to Ismark to try and bring him into combat, you can totally do so. He's currently like basically.
Not in combat.
What's that?
Yeah, we want to save him.
Yeah,
So we're happy they're out of it combat. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're happy they're not fighting? Yeah. Effectively. Well, that's what I'm asking. What do you guys are you calling out, saying get involved, or
Get involved.
Out saying
No.
hide.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, yeah. Well, at this point, Irena's sort of drawn her blade, but Ismark sort of just put his arm in front of her, and he's sort of just like holding his blade out. They are combatants; they can fight, but they are sort of like he's just effectively protecting her and sort of making sure that no one's coming in from other angles. However, again, you hear the sound of coming from the north.
I mean, Ian, we'll let you make the decision when they want to come in and fight if they
Well,
want to.
his prerogative is to defend her. So if you guys want to bring them in, you can bring them in, or like ask them to get involved. They may still not get involved, but you can ask them. And
I presume that I wouldn't ask.
Speedy wolf. I mean, nothing.
Yep, speedy wolves. Okay, so let me just reset these. That's actually reordered you guys, and I will say that for fairness, because the one that rolled an 18 was at the top, but I've reordered you guys. I put it in the middle. That just to sort of de-randomize it in a way, because you guys had the positions. You see at this point in time as 2 wolves, one much larger than the other, start barreling down from the far corner. These guys, it's about 20 feet to get them even on the map, I would say. And based off of their movement, they're going to have to take a dash action to get to you guys. So this one is... yeah, this one is able to dash...
Let's get them involved. Let's get more help involved. That's a big wolf.
They barrel their way in. This one is like running directly in, and it's gonna harangue Zadie, but the other one is haranguing you, Rhea. Like, it's gonna make it there. That's their turns though. They have to dash to get there. Trundle, you're up as these 2 things are sort of swarming on you. You hear this howl and you do see in the distance a couple more shadowy figures barreling out of the mist. What would you like to do?
I think Trundle, after noticing that they're under quite a hell of a lot of fire, and after being clawed at, knowing that he can't hold out forever, is going to start getting very stressed, perhaps hyperventilating, clawing at his face and back, and sort of let out a little bit of a howl, and he'll spend his next action transforming or mutating, however which way you want, into a strange hybrid form, which has a lot of text.
It does have it has about a meter of text.
And now a short essay.
Yeah, so I think I can provide everyone effective context, both players and viewers. So as you feel the kind of prickle running along your back, you hear the howl, and for you it's the most distant as you're furthest away, but it kind of like emanates within your core, and you feel along your back where the scar kind of emanates, you feel this kind of almost this surging, this pressure pushing in from behind you. As you start to arc your back, you shift, you grow slightly in size. You all see as Trundle, or in fact probably Zadie, Rhea, maybe Richter, although Richter, you're probably drawn in by this howling coming from above. you see as Trundle kind of shifts, his form bulking and building to fill the space of his armor. Are you keeping your weapon and your shield? Yeah.
Yeah, I will be.
Yeah,
I mean, I think I'll be trying to hold on to it best I can.
That's totally fair. So as he shifts, you see fur kind of jutting out of where he is. His hands kind of grow. His nails sort of shift into this like dark. I mean, just his hands are much bigger. He still looks like Trundle, but he has that kind of teen wolf look without the kind of corny, weird look of it all. He's got the hair kind of tufting out, and he looks somewhat wild as he sort of stands there. But it does take his whole action to shift. So your AC is now 19 as well, just as a note. And make sure you remember yourself that you have those resistances.
Yeah, I'm done.
Cool.
I'm going to be focusing on that.
Yeah. All right, perfect. So you shift. That's your action. You still have a bonus action. You still have movement, if you'd like to use it.
No, I think because this is the first time, I'm just going to be incredibly bewildered and confused and stressed and kind of just clutching onto every part of the pain that I'm in.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Okay, so that'll be your turn. Zadie, you see this as he shifts. However, you have more pressing matters as a zombie is sort of lunging at you. A wolf has come in from the side, and a much larger wolf has come in. You see two more larger wolves coming from a distance, barreling their way in.
Okay, I'm gonna smack the...
So you cut out there. Who are you hitting?
The zombie.
Zombie below her.
Okay, perfect. All right, this is interesting. You have a weapon that does bludgeoning damage. Awesome. Okay, so as you slam into the zombie, you see as you deal all the damage to it. However, I'd also like you to roll a d20, please.
I've just run. Never mind.
It's going to explode.
Yeah.
Okay, as you slam your mace into it, comes swinging in. It crashes into its shoulder, and you see its arm just flops off and lands on the ground next to it, sort of ripping and tearing as the kind of flesh is all rotting in between. However, that you see as the hand starts to kind of shift on the ground and starts to kind of lunge towards you slowly, crawling along the ground of its own accord, using this kind of cantilever to pull itself forward. However, this thing's now with one arm as your thing impacts into it.
That's cool.
Okay, and then I would like, as my bonus action, to cast spiritual weapon.
That you can do. Okay, so who are you targeting as well? To be clear.
The wolf next to me, this little guy.
Okay.
Which I realize it wouldn't hit, but it's here now, so yay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, 11 won't hit. As you summon it up,
I could hero point it.
You can hero point it. It's up to you.
Gotta
remember these things.
Yeah, I will actually.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d6. Okay, amazingly, that is its AC, and that is its hit points. So as you sort of as you turn and sort of again, this thing sort of lunges itself towards you. You swing your hand up, and this what does the spiritual weapon look like? Actually, that's a good question.
I'm imagining another giant mace, but the top of it is a sun.
Okay, perfect. It's a sunburst. Yeah. As it sort of swings down, this wolf is sort of bounding at you. It makes its way to you as it snarls and sort of readies to lunge itself. But it doesn't get a chance as this mace just comes crashing down, hitting it kind of behind where the neck is, and its form just crumples into the ground, just being embedded somewhat as it sort of as you see it kind of breathe and sort of sputter out as you completely annihilate it in one hit.
Yay!
Very nice. So poof, that's your bonus action. That's your action, and we should get a spiritual weapon token as well. But for the time being, we will use something that we'll use a mini Zadie. Oh, that's a big Zadie.
Giant Zadie.
That's a big Zadie.
There we go. We'll use a mini Zadie. We'll say it's right there. And we can mark it with something as well. We can mark it with that swirly.
This little tiny Zadie there.
Yeah.
I got you! I got you!
Oh dear God. Okay, well that's your turn. It is now the other wolves' turns, and they come bounding in from the north. Unfortunately for you, Richter, you're in a really bad position. As a wolf and one direwolf are able to make it 2 in one turn. The other one is still going to have to dash, but it is going to. So.
There goes my perfect non-hit run.
So.
You did this.
They're big. These two will make their way over to you. and the direwolves are particularly fast, so they will make their way here. In fact, they'll make their way here. This one is going to, I will say, dash down here to effectively replace the little one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, as
That's
it barrels its way down. Yeah, I mean they're very fast, but it can't attack this turn. That one had to dash. The other two, however, can on Richter. And Guzza, you are up next as you see all this happen.
Oh boy.
So the wolf is going to. It has advantage because of pack tactics. It is going to. Well, they all do when they're close to an enemy that their eye is near. It's going to make a bite attack against you, Richter, with advantage. With advantage, it's an 11.
Oh my god!
Never done, boys!
You jammy son!
You can't kill me!
And the direwolf with advantage.
Don't ask for that,
A21.
man,
That
yeah.
is 15 piercing damage. That's it.
That's me. I'm down. That's straight
yeah.
away. Wait,
Really?
actually, no, hold up. Let me check.
No, you've got my hit
Page
points
just
in
got
there.
a load. My page just got a load first. Hold on. I just realised that we leveled up, so my HP did go up.
Yeah, your
Oh,
HP
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
so as it tells me, I do need to make a strength saving throw as it boof, slams into you.
I will make a minus strafing. So strafing. Well, that's
Never mind.
that's a 0.
That's a 0. That's the lowest roll so far. Yeah,
First time I get hit, I die.
Yeah, you find yourself knocked off your feet. We'll use that as prone. And you have most of the life sort of ripped out of you by this big sort of wolf that poof, pounces on you and basically has its paw on you. It pulls itself back, ready to just go in for a killing blow. However,
the fuck out of this thing.
that is their turns. Also, I'm just mark you, Trundle, because we should get a separate token for you. But for the time being, we'll give you the fist icon to show that you're super powered right now. Guzza, you're up. Richter, you're next.
This undead thing looking at me, I'll point it and be like, I will deal with you. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, I forgot what accent I have.
Change old campaign.
Yeah, I will deal with you later.
The re-spookening.
Yes. Oh, I'm missing. Right. I say, I'll deal with you later, and I'll turn around and so.
You cut out there. You cut out.
Oh, sorry, and take an AO. Forgive me.
Yep. It is just going to claw at you as his hand sort of lunges out. That is a 20 to hit. These guys have been rolling really well against you specifically. You're apparently an undead magnet as its hand batters you in the back of the head and sort of sends your head spinning a bit. But that is its reaction used.
Yeah, and then I will now try and smite this wolf boy.
Yeah, you've had time to in the 2 rounds drop the shovel and pull out your scythe. So
Smite me, mighty smite.
go ahead. Oof. Yeah, that is enough to cut it. That's enough to cut it down. You guys are hitting really big against these baby wolves. The 2 wolves are carved down just on the spot. How do you sort of take it out with a scythe in one go? How does that pan out?
I mean,
How that goes.
I think we all know how that goes. Yeah,
I was gonna say.
as it's all sniffing on Richter's prone body, just like looking to go for another bite. I think just without seeing it, just a blade decapitates it.
Yeah, just cuts down as it sort of missed the first attack, but is lunging in for another. Cool. That is that's your action. You still have movement. Effectively, you can move still.
I do indeed. And I will stand. Can I stand on top of Richter while he's prone?
No, you can't occupy your ally
Okay,
space, unfortunately.
I will stand there then and stand next to it and be like, I just stare down this wolf and being like, this is why I fucking came to these things. This is why I signed up.
Yeah, it bears its fangs at you, but you know that's your turn. Richter, you're up.
Oh, am I
Applying blood because I'm Richter in real time.
Okay, I'll do
Very nice.
I will I will stand up.
Yep, that's half your movement.
Brush all the blood off me, like, oh my, that's what getting hit feels like.
This is my own.
Yeah, this is my own. That's not
It's a vial of
okay.
his own blood.
I do have a vial of my own blood. It's my
I have
arcane
no
focus. I will disengage because I'm not getting slapped by the big wolf,
Yep, that's your action.
and I will. Fuck, where do I even go?
If you disengage, you don't take any AO, so you can move. Say you wanted to move down and to the right, you could move past that wolf without taking an AO.
Okay, you know what?
For your knowledge.
Nah,
But
nah,
you only have
nah.
15 feet of movement.
Forget that. I ain't disengaging. I'm changing
Okay.
mine.
Sure.
I'm gonna what have we got here? I'm going to twin spell healing words. One for me and one for Guzza.
Okay. So as you burns your one sorcery point, 2 sorcery points.
It's one depending on the it's
It's different
per spell
based.
level.
Yeah, it's different per
So
spell level.
It's
Yeah.
one at level 1. So
Yeah.
we both get. If I click on it and see what happens. Please load. Okay.
Roll 20, be a bit slow. Oh, yeah, 5.
We both get 5 points of healing.
Okay. So as you sort of quickly just whisper the words underneath your breath, you kind of pass them out to both of you. You're able to sort of split the spell and send it to the both of you. You both heal 5 hit points as your healing word echoes out. Okay, that's your turn.
Oh, that's my bonus action, so
Oh,
I'm
that's
still
your bonus.
disengaged.
So you, yeah.
I'm still disengaged, I just remembered that. I
Yeah.
can take a step away, just sort of stand here and just look around like, oh, well, okay.
Yep.
That's
You hear
a
this.
zombie looking for your blood as well, by the way. But
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just stand a little over
That
here.
putting you there puts you in range of the other wolf. As a note, you are next to the
Fucking
blue
damn
wolf.
it, these bloody wolves are... Yeah, I see, because the wolf's huge, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it is a large creature.
I'll stand there.
Okay.
Say there's probably your safest bet.
But yeah, but he had to stand up, so he can't make it, unfortunately.
Oh, always
Yeah,
on your,
I only have 50.
always sitting down or lying down. That's your
Yeah.
problem, mate.
Rhea,
No.
Rhea, you're up. What would you like to do?
Okay. Given that this huge fucking great big wolf just came at me, I'm going to do another booming blade straight at it.
Alrighty, go ahead and make the attack as you swing with your blade. A 12 does not hit.
Then I'll hero point it.
Okay, go ahead and
Hope for
roll
the
your
best.
d6. See if you can bring that up to its AC.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, an 18 will hit.
Okay.
Cool. So as you slash across, you cut into it, and it sort of just like sort of angrily snarls back at you.
Does she get to attack there?
No, it's too
You're 10
far
feet away.
isn't it? Yeah.
It's got to be within 5 feet, or you have to have an advantage on the attack. So
Yeah.
it does start sort of crackling with the energy, but it takes the 9 damage now.
Yeah, and then I'll back up. I'll just back up towards Zadie, just there.
Okay, so use your bonus action, disengage. You move yourself there.
Yes, yes.
As there's this thing is it only has one arm, but its other arm is writhing around on the floor and it's kind of like almost looking for a target. As you move yourself there, it is now the 3 zombies down here turns. So, based off of how the zombie functions, there are going to be 6 attacks coming in against Trundle. These things are not smart; they're just going to attack the thing in front of them.
Brilliant.
So this is going to roll as it works. There's a 16 to hit, will not hit. A 19 to hit will hit. That is your AC. As it slashes across,
Slashing damage.
it cuts across on you. So that's
So-
half to 2. It always rounds down. And the final attack is a 5, so that won't hit. The second one is an 18, that won't hit, as it sort of pulls out a tuft of your fur, but doesn't impact. Another 18 won't hit, and a 7 misses. So the plus 1
my
AC.
Christ.
That's what the difference of plus 1 AC makes for you. However, you feel yourself sort of burning up inside a little bit as frenzy starts to take hold. So when it comes to your turn, remember you will have to make a frenzy check.
Absolutely.
The other zombie there. So how it functions is it's 7 arm, has a speed of 5 feet, and can make 1 claw attack on its turn with disadvantage on the attack roll.
Oh, yes.
However, it still makes 2. The zombie still makes 2 normal attacks. They will both be against Zadie because they haven't been harassed. They're just attacking the
She
thing in
took
front of them.
its arm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
So the first attack, the claw, 17 doesn't hit.
Nope.
This is what AC makes a difference. And the other attack with disadvantage, this one will lunge out of Rhea. The arm will sort
It's
of
so
just
much funnier. But...
shoot out,
Yeah,
and that's a natural one as it
Yes.
lunges out. So yeah,
It
only
trips
one.
over its own thumb.
Yeah, so that's the difference a point of
On
AC
his own
can make.
shears.
Yeah, that's a point. A difference a point of AC can make
Yeah.
for both Zadie and Trundle in the same turn. However, that is their goes. They don't really move. This one's maybe going to shift around here a bit, but not for any discernible reason. The final zombie is just going to shift towards you, Richter, and is going to make its 3 attacks against you. So a bite coming in. A 14 will hit for 4
14,
piercing.
I will use my reaction to cast shield on upon myself.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what
Okay.
we're talking about.
Obviously.
Yeah, so you have shield, so your AC is now up at 17
My
as
AC
its
is
hand
Nice.
slams
Nice.
against. It's now going to make 2 claw attacks against you. So in fact, that was its bite. A 20 will still hit, unfortunately, as its mouth, as its claw pushes through the barrier and comes
I don't
underneath.
like this.
And
Not a fan of this.
and the second claw comes in with a 10, so it doesn't hit.
Oh,
However,
God.
it still tears into your flesh for 5 piercing damage as you attack. That is their turn, and it is back round to the other wolves, which is now just this central blue wolf, nosing the area. Smells blood, but it relies on its pack tactics to do anything. So it will fight the targets its allies are fighting. In fact, it can be any ally. Wolves, zombies as well. It will lunge itself at... I'm going to roll a dice for this. At Zadie. As it moves down, it's just going to sort of turn and... It does take the 3 lightning damage as it moves, as the lightning sort of... Oh, sorry, thunder pops around it. But it will make its attack at advantage on Zadie. So making its one attack at advantage with its bite. That is a 19 to hit as it slams its teeth into you.
Yeah.
I also need you to make a strength save, please.
Okay. I will eventually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it doesn't have any tangible difference at this point in time because they have advantage anyway, and it comes around to your turn before anyone else can act. However, you manage to stay your ground just. Your feet slip in the mud, but you manage to just rebalance yourself as this thing tears into you. You feel the sort of life ebbing away. That is that one's turn. Trundle, you're up. Zadie, you're up next. You're muted again.
Again.
Every time.
It's the rig. I mute myself every time. I'm sorry.
It's alright.
So I need to make the wisdom save first things first, right? 'Cause
You
I just took
do.
some
It
damage
would be, I
and I've
believe, a
gone little bit mental.
DC 10, I believe.
It's DC 10 or half the damage
whichever
I took,
one's
but I
higher.
don't know.
It's the same as
Okay.
a concentration check.
Oh!
Yeah, it doesn't make too much of a difference, but you feel yourself to maintain control this turn.
Nice.
As the sort of the energy rushes within you. What would you like to do?
Okay. I would like to move closer to the pack.
Okay, as you move there, you will take 2 AOs as they swing out at you.
I will take them.
Okay. Bear with me. Zombie.
Getting ready to
So
change that HP.
one is going to bite at you, one is going to claw. The bite, 21 will hit for 5 piercing, and the claw from the other one, be a 9, will not hit. So the bite sort of sinks in, kind of catching sort of a mouthful of fur and flesh as the teeth just rip through your arm a little bit as you move across. Again, it is half to 2, but you do still take the damage, and you make it to there.
Cool.
What else would you like to do as you move?
I would like to angrily, very angrily,
You can be
attack
angry.
this wolf here, the blue wolf.
That you can do.
I will just smack it with this and a little this.
Okay.
But I'll take it.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I mean damage is damage. So I'm just making sure it is adding it correctly.
I believe it is. I'm using the hybrid form one that we made.
Yeah, we did, and because you're wielding a rapier in one hand, yeah, you can. It does catch, so that is the damage it deals. 14 does hit, and you sort of slash across it for 12 damage as it kind of recoils back. It seems to stagger. It looks sort of damaged, but still like sort of like a cornered wolf kind of. That's a
I'll
saying,
let loose a loud howl in a sort of human hybrid.
Yeah, it looks at you very strangely, but quizzically almost, if it wasn't fighting for its life. So that's your turn.
That is my turn.
All right, Zadie, you're up. As you maintain your balance, the spiritual weapon hanging in the air, these 2 wolves and the zombie sort of hounding down on you. What would you like to do?
Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to use my action to disengage because I'm not well.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll see there is just enough space for you to squeeze out, but you can move through ally space at half speed or through that little gap at the bottom. Everywhere else you won't be able to head. Yeah, so that'd be about 10 feet to
Zombies
get to.
don't hit me next time. And then my spiritual weapon is going to smack the red wall.
Okay. So go ahead and make the attack. 14 is its AC, so it is again going to just impact into it. Poof. So it slams down, dealing 9 damage. It sort of staggers down. Sort of similarly, you try and hit it in the same point you hit the small wolf. Doesn't quite work because the thing's a fair bit bigger, but it does still take the damage. His hair is falling off of this bloody wig. It's getting my eye, but that still impacts. I'd say you can probably move maybe like 10 feet or so, like off screen, shall we say?
I would like that.
Yeah, but they're still very much within like moving range, shall we say? And in fact, I've got an idea. We'll do it this way: move everything up about 10 feet. I'll move you down here. There you go. Cool. That's where we're at. That's your turn. It's now the other direwolf's turns. The one next to you, Guzzer, is just going to lunge at you it's just going to make a normal attack. It doesn't have advantage because there are no allies in range. So it's just going to bite. And there's an 18 to hit. It's going to hit as well. You're a magnet for these impacts. You've taken quite a few hits at this point. I think 3 or 4 from the zombies.
Yes, thank you. I'm quite aware, Ian.
Just rubbing it in. And I need you to make a strength save as well, please. As it sort of bashes into you.
Come on. Oh.
It's not good enough, unfortunately, as it sort of slams into you. You fall prone in the sort of slick, dirty mud, and it sort of looms over you. But that is its turn. Yeah, it's just going to basically stay put. Might even... Yeah, in fact, I think to cover itself as well as to threaten both of you, it's going to move there. I'm just going to move this wolf out of the way. But it's going to move there, so it's sort of prowling at both of you. But it still is intently focused on you guys, as it sort of just prowls around. That is its turn. The other one here... This is awkward. It can't quite squeeze through that space because it's too big. It can for an attack, but it would have to move back. So awkwardly, this thing is going to... It's a tough choice. It's going to lunge at Rhea. This is tough though because it can't really fit in there. Fuck it, it's going to go round here, okay, actually, no, it's going to go for Zadie. Zadie's running away. She's low health and it can smell blood.
Backing up, forward facing.
Well, it can't make it through effectively, unfortunately. So it's just barreling for you. It's going to make a bite attack, not with advantage. So excuse me. The first roll was a 4, so it's only a 9, so it does not hit. Sorry, it doesn't hit because it doesn't have advantage. So it lunges at you, but it slips in the mud and is unable to actually impact you. Guzza,
Cool.
You're now up.
Next hit on Zadie will take her down.
Yeah,
Like,
Guzza, you're now up.
she's not
Richter, you're up next. What would you guys like to do?
Run away! I have healing.
As someone who is now up both physically and metaphorically in the turnover, I will now. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, you cut out a little bit as you were speaking.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Give me 2 seconds because I didn't think you'd. I thought like I've been hit enough tonight. Surely one's going to go my way. No, it's not. I am going to. I think I'm just going to hit him again. Why not? Yeah, I'm going to try and hit him again.
You get yourself up and you swing your scythe down towards it. Go ahead and make your attack. An 18 will definitely hit. As your scythe sort of cuts a swathe into it, sort of gashing into its legs. It pulls the leg back and staggers a bit. That is the first hit it's taken though, and it's still looking pretty healthy as it just snarls at you angrily.
Cool.
Okay. And you just stay put?
Actually, yes. And I will cast. Let's see. I'm going to read this first.
Just making the zombie noises for me.
Thank you, sorry. Is this a large creature, or is it just because of how it looks on the screen?
It is a large creature.
No, never mind. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm there. Great. Just keep going.
Cool. Okay, well, that's your action. Your turn's over. Richter, you're up. Ray, you're next.
Right. What can I possibly do here? How's that big old wolf boy looking?
Which one? The one next to you?
The one next to
It's
me.
just taking a hefty hit from Guzza, but it's still pretty firm on the ground.
All right, I'm gonna who's close by? All right. I think this will have to be the one. I'm gonna twin cast healing word again. This time at Guzza and Trundle.
Okay, so you go ahead and target Guzza and Trundle with healing word. Go ahead and make the roll as your healing magic sort of swings out.
It was 6 points, both of you two.
Nice. So
and that's the end of my sorcery points.
okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
And I will take this opportunity to disengage once more and start position myself around to where Guzza is, wherever he may be standing. He's right there.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
I'm gonna take my other because that's a
Action
bonus
to disengage,
I'm gonna use my action to disengage and move towards where Guzza is.
Okay, very nice. So yeah, I don't know if you got that, Trundle, but you got 6 points of healing. Came away, perfect. All right, so you move yourself away, sort of ducking and weaving out the way of these things as you step back. Rhea, you're up again.
Okay, I'm going to press forward and I'm going to aim another booming blade at Blue.
Mm-hmm. 10 doesn't cut the mustard.
Hero point.
Yeah, I'll hero point it.
Hero point.
Do remember you only refresh hero points when you level up. So
That is very true.
go ahead and roll your d6.
Or you earn them.
Oh, you earn them through.
How much XP does this give?
We ain't playing XP. 13 doesn't hit, unfortunately. It has an AC of 14.
Fuck!
Yeah. Dude, there's many attacks that miss you guys by 1. There's been 1 on you, 2 on
Really?
Trundle,
Really? Many attacks by 1
one
on
on
me? Really?
one on Zadie. So yeah.
In that case, then I
Just a
will
magnet.
I will disengage,
Mhm.
and I will run to as far as I can get away. Just
Sure, you sort of zip
probably
over the
about
body of the
there.
dead wolf. Okay, it is now the zombies' turns again as you move back. Sorry, I mean they all go effectively at the same time. This one is just going to go for Richter. It's going to move up there and it's going to lunge at Richter with its 3 attacks.
Alright, let's go use some more damage.
Cool. I mean, it smells the thing that's... it's an 8 to hit with its bite. A 14 to hit with its claw. It slashes you with the
Cast
claw.
shield again!
Okay, you cast shield as it sort of shimmers up. The impact doesn't land, and its final claw attack, a 16 won't hit. Your AC with shield is 17, I believe.
Nice.
nice.
Talk about 1 point of AC, guys. There you go. Keeps you standing as it sort of slams against a shield, as if it's like a wall of glass that sort of forms between you. It's sort of banging on the window. You see it cracking and whatnot. You're able to retain it as it lunges at you. The other ones, this one here is going to go after Rhea. So it's going to go ahead and make 3 attacks against you. This one's going to go after Trundle. This one is going to go after Zadie. So, I mean, they're just going towards the nearest thing that has blood that is on its side. So the one against, we'll go Trundle first. So it's an 11.
These zombies and wolves working together. 'Cause
They
that's-
appear to be. So the 20 Trundle, the 21 will hit, but it deals 2 damage. So you only take 2 damage. You're okay on that regard.
I am a fucking machine.
Yep. The one against Rhea, 3 attacks. The bite, 17 will hit as it sort of sinks its teeth in. Its claws swing out. A 9 will not. And it's, in fact, that one had an arm, which it's missing, so that roll would have gone against Trundle at disadvantage anyway, as the arm sort of shifts its way over towards Trundle and just limply tries and fails to slap him. I'm just going to quickly draw a little circle right there to indicate the hand, the arm from that creature that has fallen off. The one against Rhea, 3 attacks, the bite coming in. So 13 will not
I
hit.
thought that was what it was. Just then.
No, that
Yeah,
was
this is
that was the claw against Trundle from the zombie there. So that was the nat
are these
one.
again?
Well, hang on.
now.
What? Because you did 1, 2, 3, and then you did another 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and that 3 was because the one that went to you only has 2 attacks. Its arm has come off. Can move 5 feet and makes
Oh.
1 attack with disadvantage. So that claw there is being taken as
Yeah.
the attack against Trundle, the 3rd attack. It
Right.
would have been at disadvantage, but it rolled in that one, so it misses
Who
anyway.
are you attacking now, though? Because I think you've
The
said Rhea twice.
Zadie.
Yes, you have.
Zadie, excuse me. The final one is
Okay.
attacking
Okay.
Zadie.
Okay, so this might kill me, is what we're saying.
Potentially,
Cool,
yes. That's
Let's
an 8,
start.
and that's a 9. As it sort of lunges towards you, it doesn't manage to make contact, and it
Happy
sort of
days.
just your shield saves you to that point. It is back round to the wolf's turns. It is only the central one that remains, and it is going to target Trundle. It has advantage because it has an ally within 5 feet, so it's
Bring
going to make the attack. And
Fight.
as the first fight, so that's 14 damage.
Jesus!
14
webs.
damage reduced to 7 as it sort of
Oh, thank God.
wham slams into you.
Wow.
I do need you to make a
Oh.
strength saving throw, which I believe you have advantage on in your form.
He does.
Yes.
It might be on checks or ability checks, but I think it's saving throws inclusive.
Do you want to have a quick read?
Yep,
just
yeah,
to
it's,
make sure we get this right?
it's saving throws, so you're all good.
Yep. Thought so.
So you have advantage on that.
Where's the
Nice.
best? Oh
It's
dear.
not good enough, unfortunately, as you
Hold
fall
up,
to the
is that
ground.
Wait,
It's
that
not a
wasn't-
saving throw. Do you
It
get
wasn't
past
saving. It's a
That wasn't a
13.
saving
It's an
throw.
actual save, but oh wait, no, I shouldn't do that again. It should just be.
That's
that
alright.
first thing
So
plus
you
two.
would have got a 13, you would have succeeded. Is what you're saying. You
Nice.
have a plus 2.
I do have a +2. I just hit the
But
wrong
you still
button.
take the 7 damage as it sort of tears into you, and again you feel that kind of frenzy rising up within you. That is its turn. It is now your turn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. I believe it is.
It's a wisdom.
Wisdom, sorry, wisdom saving throw. DC 10 because the damage you've taken is only 10.
Bloody
So,
With
that
advantage?
It was the first
it would
roll.
have been-
it was the first roll. The other one was a nat 1 though. But,
Nice.
yeah.
21.
So Trundle, you're up. Zadie, you're up next. What would you like to do?
Trundle will attack the big wolf.
Yep, that's totally fair. 18 will hit as you bring the blade across. It cuts across its form as you see it sort of again staggering, still standing, but looking pretty damn rough. As it sort of it's bleeding heavily from all its forms. There's sort of frost forming up where the blade has cut across it twice now, and there I believe twice, and you can see where the blood is crystallizing and its joints are sort of stiffening up.
Right. That is as much as I can do.
Okay, but you stand your ground in your hybrid form. That'll
Progressively getting more angry.
Yep, that'll be your turn. Zadie, you're up. This thing's bearing down on you.
Okay, I'm going to bonus action first. Move the spiritual weapon down. Oh, I have no control over it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. You move it down. You move it down here to
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah,
So it sort of
it's gonna
swings down.
hit the red one.
Mhm.
Do.
19 will definitely hit as it slams again into its
Nice.
form. You now have its attention. Before you had
The weapon has its attention.
before you had its curiosity, now you have its attention as you sort of pull it down to slam on it.
Weapon.
The spiritual weapon that is intangible, effectively.
It's visible though.
It's
It doesn't-
visible.
It doesn't know I'm controlling the spiritual weapon.
Sure.
It's a
How
small
smart is this
Zadie. It can see you.
How smart is this goddamn wolf?
You don't know.
Dear.
And then I think I'm going to cast a Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay. As you place your hand on yourself to heal up.
I clicked it.
Oh,
Nothing
it's
happened.
come in.
I'm going to click it again. We'll see what happens this time. Still nothing. That's exciting.
Nice.
What am I doing
Yeah.
wrong?
You know what? Using it properly.
Use your healing spells.
Why is this
properly.
not clicking?
Well,
Very.
this does
Working
this.
through.
I would say, oh, we'll just go to the next turn, but this is quite pertinent to the next turn.
Do you need to click like a box in the what spell level?
Yeah, do you need to click? Do you need to click,
Yeah.
do you need to click a
Oh
spell
god,
level
I bet
box?
I do. Yeah, hold on. It's now going to go off like 30 times, isn't it?
Guess
let's
you heal
not-
that many times then. I mean, that only seems
I
fair.
can try rolling it
yeah.
for you if you'd like.
No, it's just asking you for an input value. but-
Yeah, just go for 1, which will be the level, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, shit. But that's plus. What level am I now?
It's not about.
3.
It's about the level of the spell, so it would be an additional
so
3,
it's
so
plus
it's
3,
7.
so it's 7.
Yeah, so as you
That's
place your
fine.
hand,
Take it.
you feel it sort of instill you with a
Not
bit
die
of
yet.
life. That's your action, your bonus action. You stand firm as
Yep.
the wolves attack. They both have advantage. So slamming into up top, Guzza. Oh, I've opened up the wrong sheet. Guzza, the wolf with advantage, is going to bite against you with a 19 to hit. That's 10 piercing damage. That was in fact that was the wrong creature. The roll would have been a 20, excuse me. And it would have been 2d6, but I made the mistake, so we'll go with it. Or if you want me to re-roll the damage, I'm happy to re-roll the damage, but it's a DC 13 strength save.
Who's this to?
Harry, to Guzza. It would have been 2. It would have been
So,
2d6
yeah.
plus 3. This is 2d4 plus 2.
I don't care. If you want to reroll it, you reroll it. Ian.
Yeah, I'll re-roll the damage, but this is. I would say the attack hits. So just for damage purposes, that's a 15.
Ouch.
As it slams into you.
Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Maybe
those are some
just reroll damage.
insane rolls.
Significantly higher.
Yeah, well, they both rolled absolute max damage on them, which is bananas. That's the first one was 1 in 16. That's a 1 in 36. So as it slams into you, I need to make a strength save. As it sort of tears into you. The other one, meanwhile, on Zadie.
Are you fucking alive?
Yeah, I think he's on.
Barely.
Couple hit points. And the
Oh,
one against
God.
Zadie down the bottom. There's an 18 to hit.
Yeah,
But it only deals 6 damage, so the healing, I believe, saved you.
Hashtag
Ah.
96.
And I need you to make a strength save as well, please, as it slams into you.
Okay. That is my strength save.
It's not good
And I'm
enough.
down on the ground.
Okay, so as you fall to the ground, you fall prone.
Oh, wasn't going anywhere anyway. Hang out.
No. Okay, that's their turns though, as they sort of hungrily look around. I'm going to say again, I'll keep it where it is, but as I said, the wolf probably moves a bit. This one, yeah, it's just going to stay put, prowling a little bit over Gus's form as he. Oh no, but you stayed standing.
Wait a second, is that this blue wolf? I'm getting confused by which wolves are attacking.
No, so the potion bottle wolf is on the other initiative. It's already attacked.
Oh, sorry, I have to. Okay, my bad.
That's all right. Guzza, it is now your turn though, as this thing bashes into you. In fact, for ease of purpose, it's just going to stay there.
I think I'm going to heal myself in a weird
Becoming a
way.
recurring theme.
I mean, I'm getting fucking
totally
hit every chance possible. Sorry.
That's totally fine. And Richter, you are up next, just so you know. So go ahead.
That's how you play D&D, right? The characters who are good at the healing, they're the ones who nearly die all the time.
I mean, considering you have three of you who are really good at the healing, I feel like it makes sense. So you're going for 10 hit points as you place that on yourself. You resurge the energy within you, and you sort of, again, some of those wounds that freshly opened do start to close. That is your action. You still have movement and a bonus action.
I think I'm gonna save my bonus action. Sadly, I can't do much cool stuff with my bonus action yet.
Cool. Okay, so Richter, you're up. Ray, you're up next.
Alright, I'm going to use that blood trait I got, and I'm going to Healing Hands at Guzza for 3.
Damn.
I didn't type
No,
that
no,
in
no, that's totally fine.
It's gonna change all the time depending on what I'm juicing.
Yep.
So you heal for 3 because it's equal to level, right?
Yep.
It's equal to level. Okay.
That is your
that's my action. I just dropped my flask.
Okay.
I was playing with it and it fell out my hand.
That's right.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to use my healing word level 2 on Guzza as well.
Okay.
Bloody hell.
Okay, so
At 7 points.
all right. So
I got another 10 in total.
The
That's
Halloween
correct.
massacre.
another 10.
Stop it! Stop it!
So yeah, another back up to 23. Beautiful.
I love how this just started by Richter just looking at a cart.
Yeah. So
You know he's not gonna learn, right?
so as all that healing flows through you, Richter, Guzza, you see as just Richter sort of just funneling this all into you. That's your turn, Rhea. You're up.
Okay. Right, I'm going to aim just a regular short sword attack at the thing in front of me.
Okay.
Just a regular one. And
A 12 does hit, and it's slashing damage, I believe, from a short sword. You have to check. It's quite specific. Piercing.
Piercing also.
It's one of the two. I think you might be right as it being piercing. This is important for this specific ability. Short sword is piercing. Okay, so nothing happens. Yeah, it takes the damage,
right.
But nothing extra happens. So as you sort of jab your blade into it and pull it out, it's still standing.
Oh, okay.
One limb, other limb sort of busy trying to claw at Trundle's ankle.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll just do an offhand. No. Seeing Trundle and because yes, I was kind of hoping that we'd die from that, but no. I'll disengage from it,
Okay.
and as I move across, I'd like to use my oh no, I can do that actually. The other part of the attack, because I haven't done Booming Blade. You
would be able to use you would effectively be able to make a second part. We homebrew two-hand attacking. It's a bit weird how it interacts with Boom Blade, so you would be able to make an offhand attack.
Yeah. Can I throw a dagger at Blue Wolf, or?
So you've been using the short sword to make your attacks normally, right?
Yes.
Yep, you can totally throw a dagger with your offhand. Just go ahead and make the attack.
Right. Prone.
20 will hit, and
I do get sneak attack.
You do get sneak attack. Strandle's in there. Yeah, okay, you absolutely eviscerate it with that as you turn, and this thing which is sort of on its last legs, not really focusing on you, sort of shoving towards Trundle. You send the blade flying, and it just catches it through the tuft of the fur into the back of its neck, and it crumples to the ground. You hear the sort of like the whimpering of the sort of wolf within sort of clatter out.
Yeah, and I'll just use the rest of my movement to get up to about there.
Sure, you're about to move another 10 feet, I believe.
Okay, then I'll go there.
That's mean.
Well, up there? Or...
Yeah,
okay.
I'll put you.
All right.
Yeah, that's 30 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20.
Sure.
Yep. So that's your turn. It's now the zombies' turns again. They all effectively go at the same time. Okay, so one against. I'm just going to go top to bottom, left to right. So this one is still focusing on Richter. Richter is bleeding more heavily, especially now, and has more easy access effectively. This thing is just seeing blood, going for it. Even in the rain, it can kind of, sense it out. And you've basically been its target the whole time, so it's going to continue to attack. Oh, that was with advantage. Apologies. It shouldn't be. The first roll was a 10, which won't hit.
Oh, I'm still okay.
Yep. Alex, and then going to claw at you. The 19 to hit.
No, that's me. I'm now officially down.
Okay, and as you fall to the ground, it's going to make another claw attack with advantage on your body.
Oof.
Because it wants to eat your flesh. I mean, it would have been a crit anyway.
What the fuck?
It would have been a crit anyway. So you do take 2 death fails, Richter, as the thing just starts to basically tear at your stomach and start to pull your flesh away.
Gets hit once, dies.
So that's that one's turn.
Dead.
That's the rule.
Trundle.
We'll bring spare characters.
Yeah. Trundle.
I've got so many characters.
Yeah. Trundle. The one against you is just going to make 3 attacks. This one not at advantage in any way. The bite against you is an 18. That will miss as you're able to. Your thick hide again just protects you once more against the attack. The claw is a natural 1 and is a 9. So it's just tearing at you, but your back is there and you've got thick enough armor and sort of fur now that it's sort of just hitting it. And as this wolf falls, you turn to face it. Doesn't have any time to really deal any damage. The one there. The one there is going to. I mean, it's only got a movement of 20 feet. It's gonna.
Wait. Oh.
It's going to about turn effectively, seeing this wolf die, and it's going to move back towards Trundle as well. It's going to move just back there, back to its old arm, which is not at all focused on, but it happens to be next to its old arm, which will move.
There's a nice reunion with it.
Exactly, as it sort of slips on it and steps on it. It's going to make a bite against you, Trundle, a claw against you, and the other arm is going to make an attack at disadvantage on the ground as it swipes across. Yeah, none of those hit, as effectively they're just sort of blood-soaked and rain-soaked. They're going to swing. Zadie, this one is going to make 3 attack against you. You're prone, it has advantage.
Shit.
So it's going to make a bite attack. That's a 10. A claw attack, that's a critical, but for 5 damage.
Yeah, I'm down. That's down.
Fuck.
Okay, and it's going to make another claw attack. This time, well, still at advantage as you're down. So it will hit. That's another 2 death fails for you as well. As it just starts tearing in. Again, starting to peel off the armor, about to sort of basically plunge its hand into your stomach and just start devouring flesh. It is now the wolf's turns. These ones are all dead, so they can go off the initiative. Trundle, you see as Richter slumps back, and as you sort of swivel to face this zombie and face the zombie that's coming in, you see Zadie fall back as well. The wolf sort of standing over her.
Fuck.
Death is not a cruel mistress.
So how does how does dropping a shield, how does that function? Is that an action?
Yeah, donning and doffing a shield is an action, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, it's because it kind of bound to your arm. You only have to make that on your turn. But...
Yeah, of course. I will move to Zadie.
Mm-hmm. So you'll take 2 AOs. I'll say the arm doesn't get one. It's already at disadvantage. You're able to sort of step on it and step over. So the zombies will both claw at you. Gonna roll. Okay, there we go. That's a 20 to hit, so you take 2 damage. Did you take any damage on your last turn? I'm not sure. I can't remember. You took none? Okay, cool. Yeah, you didn't. They all missed. The other one is also going to make a claw. That's a 6. So you take the 2 damage as it slashes across on you. But you make your way forward. The wolf is now downed.
And I will attack the big wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good lord, die. Can I hero point?
You can hero point.
It's D6, yeah?
It's D6.
Yeah. Come on.
Okay. That will hit as you sort of turn and slash across. You're able to cut into it pretty hard, and it sort of tears into flesh. It's still standing, but as the cold sort of again wreaths through the cut, you see the ice forming in the wound, and on the sort of fur it kind of forms out, and it kind of turns to you and just snarls. And again, there's almost like a recognition, almost because of the wolf-like nature of you, but it turns to face you. That's your turn, I believe.
That is my turn, yes. You're correct.
So, Zadie, you've made a death save. You know that if you have failed, you can use a hero point to re-roll the death save. You can only do that once.
So that one was just me trying the 2 fails.
Sorry?
No, I think the 2 saves are automatic. The 2 fails are automatic.
Automatic, because you took a hit whilst you're prone, a melee hit. It's a critical hit, so it counts as 2 fails.
Oh yeah, sorry. I mean, I rolled one earlier because I was trying to click those.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, I'll not count
I
it.
don't want to use that one. Is that?
I will not count it then. I will be generous. Go ahead and make a death save, please.
And is it just going to you at the moment?
It is just going to me.
Me also.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. My turn. That was fun.
Okay, cool. It is now round to the wolves. Trundle, go ahead and make a intimidation check. Actually, you fucking hit it really hard. Fine. It's sort of, you see it kind of looking at you, nosing towards Zadie, but it will turn to you and make an attack against you at advantage with pack tactics. So, just biting towards you, Trundle. That's a 23 to hit, is it? Deals 5 damage to you. It sort of sinks its teeth in and slams you. Go ahead and make the strength save. Okay, yeah, you stay standing, but you do take the damage. As it sort of, again, starts to kind of, wheel itself round in this direction, trying to draw your attention so the zombie can kind of get in behind effectively. It's pretty primitive, sort of that sideways stalking kind of thing. The other one is going to attack against you guys are at advantage.
Whoa, no, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Hang on, I don't think you can do that.
No, it's not. I've decided no.
But I don't know what's possible here.
Okay. That's very interesting. Okay, have you added it to your character sheet?
I have.
I have. Okay,
I have.
well, I know how it functions. So it will make an attack against you. It'll be a flat roll. Because it has advantage, you're applying disadvantage. Comes to a flat roll. However, even in the rain, Rhea, you're the only person close enough that's conscious. You see... What does Rhea see? Even in the rain. It's anything within 30 feet. And Rhea's almost definitely going to be looking in that direction. So, what does Rhea see?
I think Rhea sees... I mean, I'm just going to press it and everyone else won't matter.
Sure.
I see Richter looking pretty bad. I see
looking bad.
Yeah, you see Richter lying on the ground. I need you to make.
Yeah, I think mostly I see these guys over here. This little cluster with Guzzer and Richter.
Yeah. However, that is what you see. You see as Guzzer's sort of face and form kind of peels back and shifts. You see it's almost shrink down slightly for a brief moment. As it sort of you see the wolf almost look somewhat startled by the effect. You kind of see as Guzzer's head again shrinks somewhat. You see again some form of hair sort of shoot out briefly. And the wolf still lunges at Guzzer, but you definitely notice a shift in Guzzer's form that looks, I don't want to say unnatural, but looks very weird. And you can kind of see this again. It looks like Guzzer's form shifts, and as the attack comes in, and you see it shift back afterwards. However, the attack's being made. Normal roll.
Fuck me.
Still a 24 to hit. And as I need to make a strength save again, as it bam slams into you. Although you'll be up anyway, so it's not too big a deal because it is your turn next. But it slams into you. You retain your form, but your face kind of still takes a bit of time to shift back into its sort of into the half-orc face that you show. However, yeah, the wolf seemingly unsettled by the shift in the nature. It's probably seen a lot of this stuff before, or weird stuff before. That'll be its turn. Guzzer, you're up.
Yeah. I assume maybe briefly looking at Rhea, who's probably like, what? But just for a second or half. Yes, I will turn to Richter and place my last set of healing hands on him, and just say a murmuring under my breath.
Put it on the right
Fucking
side.
absolutely legendary.
Okay. So Richter, you feel kind of life surge back into you. This sort of glowing light as you regain your consciousness, lying on the ground, prone. As this zombie sort of leers over, you feel it sort of tearing at your chest. Sorry, your stomach. Excuse me.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead style, that is.
Yeah, very much so. But you regain your consciousness, so that you're back up. Guzza, that's your action. What else are you doing?
I am going to cast use a bonus action, or just did my reaction from the previous stop that? I can't remember
you can bonus actions, reactions are separate things, so you can still use your You can still use your bonus action just fine if you have one.
Sure. Then I guess as sort of Richter slowly awakens, he sees just, and I just chant something, and my scythe suddenly becomes slightly sharper as I divine favor.
Okay. So it is concentration. Just I'll mark you with that.
Yeah,
Bubble.
I mean, it's all or nothing at this point.
Sure. As the blade sort of simmers up. You ready yourself to turn on this wolf. You see as the zombie briefly sort of looks at you, but it looks back at Richter lying on the ground. However, all that being said, Richter, you're up.
Hello.
Rhea, you're up
I'm
next.
Alive.
You're
still
alive.
Good. Alright, no one else better dying. That's the opposite of what I clicked on. It's right next to Toll of the Dead. Funnily enough, two very different spells.
So who are you targeting?
Tolling of the Dead, the zombo next to me.
Okay. Zombie, as you cast it, has to make a wisdom save. Excuse me.
Wisdom save.
This is the wisest motherfucking zombie you ever did see.
It is, apparently.
They've rolled really well on their saves. Like they succeeded on
-2.
And on the dex saves they had -2, which they succeeded on. They're lucking out hard. I guess it offsets the dice of the death house. So yeah, as you sort of cast it, the rain, the downpour that I've cut off because it's too loud, but it just drowns out any sort of toll effect that this would have on this creature. But its eyes are firmly fixed on you. That's your action. Would you like to do anything else? I mean,
I believe I can't actually do anything else.
you can get up, I suppose.
You know what? I'll get up.
You gotta specify. You could be lying there like fuck. I don't know.
I'll get up. I could. You know what? I'm a risk taking AO and try and walk away.
Okay.
Oh, what are you doing, man?
We're playing dangerous games. We're playing dangerous.
How far are you gonna move with those big fucking balls?
Yeah. So you have 15 feet of movement.
I will
remaining.
move over to where Rhea is if perchance I don't eat a fat
this
one.
This one will bite at you. So a bite attack, the 21.
Oh,
However, it rolls minimum
I'm
damage.
still alive. I'm still living.
Its teeth catch you as you sort of step back, but it does very little damage as its teeth just sort of graze you as you move away. That's your turn. You've got 5 more feet of movement if you'd like to use it.
You know what? I'm gonna stand next to Rhea. I'm okay other than that.
Cool. Okay, Rhea, it's now your turn.
Okay. I probably can't see what's happened to Zadie from where I am.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, what? He could hold it.
No, to be honest, I don't think I can. I'll be back.
Oh no.
No, I don't see shit.
Yeah,
I see the
there's
horrible
rain.
visage.
You see the shifting of Guzza's form as they sort of react to this thing attacking him. To no avail, unfortunately, it does still land. But you don't see Zadie go down. There's a lot of shit going on everywhere. You can see there's commotion over there, and Trundle's moved over. What would you like to do?
Okay. Drawing my second dagger as I run forward, I'm going to make a short sword attack against this blue zombie fella.
Yep, go ahead. 13 will hit. Again, it's piercing damage, so it sort of stabs in.
Extra 6.
Yes, nice.
As you sort of slash across, and the blade sort of sticks in its side, and you pull back. It's seemingly sort of looking, its eyes hungrily looking, and you're like lunging towards you now. That's your attack. That's one of your attacks.
Yeah, and I'll use my offhand dagger as well.
Go ahead and make the attack. Offhand. 12 will also hit. So you stab in for another 3.
And then I will I will disengage, and I don't know how much.
Just not like a great.
Yeah, you can make it back to where you were before.
Okay.
And I can see you measuring it, even though you're hiding it from everyone
Yes.
else. It's adorable.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. It's because you guys can hide it from each other, but I see all. So,
Yep.
okay. It is now the zombie's turns. This zombie is effectively beelining for Richter. The other two are going to swarm down towards Trundle, and the other one is going to be attacking Zadie. So the first one is going to move for Richter. Guzza, you have your reaction back, so you would get an AO as it sort of pulls towards Richter.
Yep,
if you
I'm
choose
gonna
to take
swing at it.
Go ahead and make the attack.
Ooh, can I hero point that?
You can indeed. However, a 9 does hit. So.
Oh, thank you, brilliant.
These are zombies. They're not particularly great. Can you also roll a d20 for me, please, as well?
I can. Can I also roll a d4 because it's radiant damage on top of that?
Yes, you can, because you technically have that rolling right now. Okay.
Great.
Yeah, it sort of again pulses through its body, and again
Hey,
its arm gets lopped off, much in the same way as the other one did. Which lands next to you and is now going to claw its way back over to you to make an attack with disadvantage. As the arm sort of flops off, it quickly lunges towards your ankle. So I'm going to do the attacks against Richter first, then the arm, just to give an order here. It's a bit. These things have a lot of micromanagement, effectively, because of the crossways. So the bite on you, Richter, that's a 14 to hit, 3 piercing damage.
Oh, I'm down again.
Okay. That's going to claw at you with advantage. That's a crit, but even with minimum damage, it's a crit. That's 2 death fails
Yep,
again.
that's 2
You also,
death fails
as
again.
you've gone down for the second time in the same combat, you also take a point of exhaustion immediately.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't know where to mark that on the character sheet.
Below all the stats, I think. It's not
I'll bear
it's
it in
not pertinent right now. Yeah.
I'll bear it in mind.
Yeah. The attack with disadvantage on you, Guzza, by the hand is a 12, so it just grabs onto your ankle, but is unable to do anything. These ones moving down to Trundle, closing the distance. Just gonna make the attacks quickly. The yellow one is missing an arm, so it only makes 2 attacks, and the hand will take. It's not going to even reach you this turn, so it's still clawing its way over, but slowly. So Pink's going to bite Claw. Not with disadvantage, but it would have been a 16, so it wouldn't have hit anyway. Claw. It's going to roll. Claw 10 does not hit. An 18 does not hit. The point of AC is doing work. This guy, however, is going to make his bite attack, his claw attack. Doesn't make any sort of impact. And the final one on Zadie, who's downed. It's going to bite with advantage. 16 does not hit. Well, actually, when you're incapacitated, you can't, I believe, make use of a shield, which would put your AC at 16. I will make the other attacks anyway, because it would effectively be tearing into your flesh right now if it hits with those. So instead of having to make that rule, that may hit, the bite may hit the shield, but the hand just starts tearing into your flesh, starts tearing it apart, and Zadie, unfortunately, ceases to be, as it starts to just rip in and just start feasting on the flesh. Trundle, you see this in front of you, as it sort of just starts to rip apart and tear and feast. That is all the zombies' turns, and because we're at about 20 to 10, I'm going to say right at this point, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a break for, say, 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 5 to 10, where we'll wrap up this combat, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we will be right back. Ignore the fact that it says the stream's starting soon. I will get round to creating a BRB screen. But in a bit, guys. Guys, welcome back. we are in the middle of a combat, so we are going to jump pretty much straight back into it. But we have returned from our break. So as Zadie has unfortunately, let me mark this properly. Fallen. As it stands, she again, Trundle, you do see this firsthand as this creature just kind of almost loses focus on anything else and just starts to like pull organs, everything like that, all with a faint kind of sparkle glow to it, just sort of tearing in and just like shoveling it into its mouth. As fucked up as it is, you see Zadie's basically being torn apart. What would you like to do? This wolf looks very badly hurt.
Trundle, there's 4 things on you, Trundle. Jesus
He's
Christ,
fucking gonna die as well!
Well, there were 2, and then they came down. Yeah.
Oh, Trundle boy.
I will attack the wolf.
So Richter, you did go down again, didn't you? And you took another.
Yeah, I'm down again, and I took a hit, and I'm on my last death saving throw as well.
No, excuse me. I think I made a mistake. Wait, did you take? No, you went down from the bite, didn't you?
I went down for the bite, and then because it did 3 points of damage exactly, and that got me in, and I got crit as well. So I'm definitely on. I'm like, death's door. I'm a coming, Zadie.
Cool. All right. So Trundle, in your hybrid form, you look around. There's this wolf on your shoulder, looking pretty badly hurt, but. And 2 zombies start to converge on you. The other one sort of effectively just peeling into Zadie.
Yeah, I just attack. I made the rapier and the blood rate damage attack for the red wolf.
Okay. That is enough to bring it down as you sort of slash. How do you kill it in this scenario?
It'll just be a quick slice, likely to the neck or somewhere fatal, and I'll turn my attention straight away to the other things.
Perfect. You cut it down. It sort of slumps to the ground. You see still hovering eerily, Zadie's spiritual weapon, sort of just hovering near it. Again, not dispelled for another 40 seconds or so, unfortunately.
Hanging out.
Yeah. Okay, that's your turn. As you sort of swivel around, these 2 creatures start converging on you. The other one's sort of busy, occupied. Zadie.
Hi.
What?
Just let me just sit the music out a little bit. What can we go with? Is that gonna be good? Wait. That seems dramatic enough.
Nice.
And the name's relatively appropriate. So, Zadie, you find yourself plummeting into darkness. You felt the pain of being brought down, falling unconscious. You felt other feelings. You don't quite know what they were, but you find yourself falling until you sort of land in a chair. And you look around and you feel the sun gently on your face. It warms you. You're not quite sure where you are. It feels like you're on a chair, but you are in a vast nothingness, just dark below and light above, as it just sort of. Again, your upper body, or at least what feels like your upper body, being warmed. You pull your hands to in front of you. You can see them; they're tangible. You hear the familiar sort of weight of the armor that you wear pressing down on your shoulders slightly. The familiar sort of shimmering chain mail, effectively, as you sort of sit there and you look around, and you see the small bead in the distance just slowly come forward. A bead of light. It comes forward. It looks like the sun. Small. Almost tangible, as it just slowly drifts towards you, stopping maybe 15, well, it feels like, and it's really abstract, but feels about 15 feet from your face, just hovering. There's no sound, besides your own movements. There's no words. But the ball of light just kind of hovers, unmoving, almost like it's peering into your soul, as it just examines. You wait for a time, seconds, minutes, maybe. You're not sure. It doesn't feel too long, but unable to necessarily speak. But you're very much yourself. You just don't know where you are. But there's the light, the kind of warmth, the glow you get, the positive feeling you get from this ball of light is exuded. You then feel this kind of rippling cold come from it, and it sends a shiver down your spine. Again, you get the feeling that you had in the dream just last night, that something's really not right. As you just hear a low rumbling laugh, it's It's kind of distant almost, just kind of echoing, as if in a grand hallway, a grand vast room. The sound just kind of just echoes out slowly across the room. You just hear this. Your time has not come yet. Not yet. Not yet. And as you look into this orb, it flashes, it burns brightly, and suddenly you feel yourself cast backwards by it, almost like an explosion. You're hit by the shockwave, but you feel searing pain rising up at your face, and you bring your hands up. You bring your hands up, and you feel for your face. It stings, it burns. Your face feels almost roasted by the severe heat and light that's burst out from this tiny bead. And as you feel yourself falling, again, the feeling of sitting, the feeling of almost being tangible is all but gone, save for your face and the hands that press up against them. As you press up into your face, you feel voids. You reach in, your eyes just sink where your eyes should be. Your hands sink through, and just you feel them sort of prying into your brain, and it's terrifying. You pull your hands back in disgust. You look around. You see nothing. No light anymore. No light and dark, just dark. As you plummet back, and you just hear this voice just say, "Wake up." And as this happens, you all see, especially you, Trundle, being very close, you see a burst of light come from Sadie as her wings shoot out from behind her back. You see, again, it's kind of hard to see in the murky darkness for you as you've turned to face the others, but you see this flash of light as Zadie is risen up into the air, maybe 10 or so feet. The wings spread out behind her, sort of curved out, these kind of thin but beautiful wings. Almost possibly bony. It's strange to see. But they're curved out behind you, and you find yourself, or you will see her body drift back to the ground to her feet before her eyes shoot open, or at least what would be her eyes. As Trundle, you're able to see this. Zadie, you find yourself reinstated in your place, but you feel cold. You feel hidden. You feel like you're being constricted, being held, being the world around you, the sights, the light, the bright from the sun. It's not there. There's nothing but things. You sense things around you. You see Trundle. You see your friends off in the distance, but beyond them, not much more. A tree line, one or two trees, and then nothing. You feel the shiver of the air. You feel the rain beat down on your already soaking wet clothes, and you find yourself feeling somewhat reinvigorated as you are essentially pulled back by something or someone, and as you find yourself,
oh, no, that's worse.
you find yourself instated in place. But Trundle, as you glance over, as you're the only one near enough to really see well, you see Zadie is much herself. She looks healthy. She looks no longer battered and worn. Her spiritual weapon, you feel it wrap back under your control. But Trundle, you see as her face, where her eyes were just voids. Dark, scarified voids, as if something or someone has pulled and ripped her eyes from their sockets, leaving her this horrifying mess. But she stands there. You're able to, your weapon sort of hangs by the floor, you're able to pick it up, your shield's there. That's all that's happening on your turn. But Zadie, you are reinstated, and we will go through what this means, but you are back, full hit points. You have all your spell slots back. You're not exhausted. But something is very different and something is very wrong. That is going to be your turn, but you are back.
Okay.
It is now the wolf's turn. There's only one remaining. And at this point in time, it's going to see the situation disengage. And is going to disengage and run its full 50 feet back into the woods, sort of towards the mist line, like the line of mist.
Oh no, it's disengaged.
Disengaging.
Sorry. Wanted you to
So, however, it reaches a sort of a where the fog is getting thicker and thicker into the distance. Your visual range isn't great, and there are trees there. Guzza, go ahead and make me a perception check, please. $13? Not bad.
13.
As you look out, as again, that was sort of what you were fighting, you track it as it rushes off into the distance. You see as another wolf figure in the far distance, sort of just on the fog line by one of the trees, further away than this, further than the 50 feet, but it seems to be running in that rough direction. You see just this pair of eyes catch the light and just look back. and just seem to be watching. Just from a distance. Like, very obscured by the fog, but just staring. And as this wolf sort of barrels towards it, you see as it just turns and ducks into the... sort of further back into the mist and the fog. But that'll be its turn. As this one is... Again, I'm going to leave it there, but it is 50 feet away, effectively. To the north. It is now, however, your turn. As you see this flash of light, you see Zadie sort of appear up in the air briefly and drop down. But that's all you've seen. So, Gaza, what would you like to do? Richter, you're up next.
There's this thing still over Richter, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. It's badly beaten and torn and is missing a limb.
Yeah, okay. I think Guzzers want to eviscerate this wolf thing. He just sees it's just too fast for him. So, maybe, spending maybe 5 feet going in that direction and then using the rest of his movement to go back to try and finish off this undead thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, stand behind it. And yeah, try and scythe the life out of it.
Go for it. That is enough to take it down as you cut through and just cleave it in half. It's sort of soft, fleshy, it's rotting flesh. Cutting like a hot knife through butter, just carves it in half and it slumps to the ground. You see it start to drag forward and you bring the scythe down. Just the point of the scythe that is now in the air just push through its head and it kind of falls still, unmoving and split in two. But you look at Richter, he looks pretty terrible.
Understatement.
Anything else, Guzzer, on your turn?
I sort of turn to Ray and be like, I'm spent. And I'm just gonna turn to. Can I see how this big wolf that's in between me and Trundle's
is dead?
What zombie I like? Can I see over it though?
You can. It's kind of like somewhat obscuring, and there is heavy rain again.
Yeah. So can I see it or not?
You can see over it somewhat. Yeah, you can see the heads in that area.
Alright, well if I see them being aggressive towards Trundle, I'll help towards him and just shout to Rhea. Or just suggest to her that she trying to help Richter out, because I'm useless at this point.
Okay.
So I'm going to carry on running towards Trundle.
Okay, so yeah, you use remaining movement. I think he would have had about, I think maybe like 5 more feet than that, but yeah, I'm not sure. You go ahead. As you run over in that direction. Richter, I need you to make a death saving throw, please.
Okay, how do I do this?
You click the word death save.
I click the word death saves and it should be aimed towards GM, okay.
It should roll any to me.
Okay.
And if you need or want to re-roll, if you need to, with the hero point, you can do so.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Rhea. You're up.
Hearing creepy Guzzer's words, I'm going to bend over Richter and I'm gonna... I assume I know he has a healing potion from when we divvied them up before.
I don't.
You don't have one?
Nope. I gave the only healing potion I ever had was the one I gave to you, and I didn't take another one.
Not from the 4 that we took from the death house. Okay.
I'm not sure they've been divvied up. So as far as I'm concerned,
they weren't divvied up as far as I'm aware. So
depends who would have possession of them. Go ahead and roll a duck of lice. Just a d20.
Okay. Sorry, things are in the way.
Sorry, I mean, I know she should roll a duck of lice, but given that there are 5 of us, it seems pretty likely that one of them will have a healing potion, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing odds here. There's 5 of you. You didn't distribute them. None of you said, we're splitting these up.
We had them.
Yeah, you got 4 healing potions. I guess Guzz doesn't have them then. So with a 6.
Who would have found it? I mean, either fast hand.
It would have been found by Rhea, but I believe. I mean, it may have gone to Richter. I believe that was possibly what was discussed.
So it's either on Richter or Rhea right now.
There's nothing to dictate that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You guys didn't divvy them up like that. The only thing that Rhea specifically took was the cloak. But I will say.
We took them, but...
Yeah, you definitely have them in the party. I will say yes. You were able to find one. Because of the circumstances, you're able to find one I'll say on Richter's person. If we do even odds, it would have been 8. 5 to 8 would have been Richter. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Right. Then in that case, I will feed the healing potion to Richter.
Yeah. But in future, make sure you divvy stuff up, or I will probably say you don't get it, because It's
Yeah.
you got to make sure that it's split between who it's split between, not assume that you split them. You know. So you go ahead and roll a 2d4 plus 2.
Okay.
Because otherwise things get really like, you know, in situations like this where it really matters.
Oh, what was that?
It can be pretty bad.
2d4.
Okay, so as you pull the potion down Richter's throat, nothing. No, I'm kidding. It does heal him. Just because I can.
Oh, I wanted to die so bad.
Yeah,
just for that moment. First time he gets hit, dead.
As it funnels down his throat, he sort of comes back to life. Yeah.
And as he comes back to life, I'm gonna grab him by the by the lapels. I only brought you back to life so I could kill you myself.
And then she stabs him with her bonus action.
No.
I just spit blood onto my shirt, like.
Yeah, it's already fairly heavily torn and bloodied and ripped shirt. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
My new shirt.
And I'll just sort of help him sit up.
Yeah, he's still prone, but yeah, you help him sit up effectively. You still see the fighting taking place off in the distance.
Yeah.
One wolf seems to have retreated, but yeah, you spend the rest of your turn sort of helping Richter.
Yeah.
Okay. It's now the zombies' turns remaining. There's 3 of them. One's missing an arm. The arm has, however, made it back. So the one that's been knocked back from you, Zadie, is gonna still go for you.
I'm 10 feet in the air.
No, you rose up, landed on the ground, and so you haven't had a chance to take your turn effectively yet.
Yeah, you were 6 feet under as well, if you remember.
That's true.
So,
4 feet, yeah.
So yeah, but we're gonna go left to right, top to bottom. So pink on Trundle. I'd say with advantage. It shouldn't be. The first roll was only an 11, so it doesn't hit.
God.
Yeah, sorry. Everything's switching between advantage disadvantage. And then 2 claws won't hit. That will hit for 1 piercing damage. And in fact, Trundle, you didn't make a check last turn, I don't believe. So go ahead and make a concentration check. I don't think it would have made much difference, but just for the purposes of remembering that stuff, yeah, you would have been fine. Okay, so the second one, bite, natural 1, claw, and then the final one with disadvantage, claw.
God.
Go, little hand.
Oh, now you roll low.
Yep. And then the 3 on Zadie. These are all normal rolls because you are not prone either. But
Woohoo!
Is she holding the shield? Never mind.
yeah, your shield is still bound to your arm. It's just you're not able to interpose it, and it didn't make a difference in the end. But
Before this person rolls, I would like to use Sentinel.
that you can do. So as it bites, it tells it crit. Go ahead
Still
and
hit them?
make your sentinel attack.
I take it still hits me.
It does still hit you with that attack.
Woo!
And had 17 hit points left. You rolled 16 damage. It's still going. As you run your rapier through it, just quickly turn and swing at it. It carves through it largely, but it does not bring it down. It's going to make its 2 remaining attacks against Zadie. That's a 20 to hit.
Oh my god.
And it's a 15 that does not hit. So, I mean, still, it puts out another 9 damage to you as you sort of reform, your wings forming. It just immediately, like, with some of what looks like some of your guts, you're still a little bit weirded out, confused by the scenario. You have no memory between falling unconscious and reawakening here. You feel this kind of cold, wet feeling on your stomach. But you see it sort of with, like, almost like a handful of meat, just sort of just eating it, but it starts tearing at you anyway. That's all their turns. So, rolling round to Trundle. Go ahead.
Trundle loses his shit and spends his action getting rid of his shield. He spends his bonus, shield and rapier. He spends his bonus action getting his blood right on both of his claws.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what does that look like?
As he just sort of just desheaths the shield.
I do take
and then...
6 damage as a result.
No, you only take 3 because they're all
Only 3?
They're classed as 1 weapon.
Both claws? I thought it was just the one, isn't it?
Both claws that count as 1 weapon for the purposes of using the effect.
Are you sure?
Yes, that is specifically what it says. So
okay.
you only take 3 damage.
Are you resistant to anything as well?
No, no.
I'd love you scratched your beard doing that. Be like, are you sure?
Oh my god, what have you done? Your health has just gone up to
I've changed my HP to
310. What was it before?
You wish.
What was it before?
It's 10 now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 10 now. Okay. So,
No,
We've got the Hulk. A Hulk.
so you see, it's trying to
it's
sort
10
of
HP.
shoves it
We
off.
got a hole.
The blade, the rapier, tumbles to the floor and just sort of fizzles out. And your claws light up, sort of with this sort of eerie blue essence as you turn to swipe at these things. But that is unfortunately your turn. So spending your turn to do that. Zadie, you are up and you can take an action here. This creature in front of you is barely standing, but it is just hungrily trying to devour any more flesh it can before it meets its maker.
So do I have Radiant Soul on at the moment or not?
I will say yes. Yes, effectively it has activated for the purposes of that. You know, for a flavorful thing. So you do currently have your wings.
Cool.
And all the
I'm
other
going
effects.
to fly 10 feet in the air.
Okay. It does get an AO on you as you fly up.
Okay, then I'm not going to do that.
Sorry. Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
going
it's still all directions, yeah.
Sacred Flame it in the face.
Okay. That's your action as you... Has to make a dex save. That will be enough to bring it down. It has 1 hit point.
No
clarify
way.
this.
I get extra with the Radiant Soul anyway.
Oh, do you,
No.
it's just like 1 form of damage, is that? Yeah.
I get extra.
It'll save
radiant-
though. You'll
But
bet.
is it on attacks,
Yeah.
though? I mean, it doesn't make a difference in this case.
It's on attack spells.
Oh,
as
for
well.
attack
my
spells,
god.
yeah.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that counts as attack spell. Unfortunately,
Okay.
it's desperately clinging to life. It weaves out the way?
And then bonus action, spiritual weapon's gonna hit it as well.
Okay, spiritual weapon swings over as you sort of retether yourself to it almost as you pull it across.
Clang.
Go ahead and make an attack with spiritual weapon.
Oh my
No,
god.
what is happening?
Nine,
no,
nine still hits. These are zombies. They have
Oh
an
my
AC,
God.
they have an AC of 8. As the spiritual weapon comes along and just embeds it about a foot into the ground, just as its head sort of splashes and splinters like a melon, popping and bursting on the ground as it falls back.
Cool.
Very
Now I'm
much dead.
going to fly 10 feet in.
Yep, you.
And that's what I want to do.
Yep, that's totally fine. We'll give you little wings to because there is a wing one. Yeah, wing. Okay, that's your turn. The wolves are gone. That one just runs further off into the distance, and you lose track of it. Any of you who might have been. Guzza, you're up.
Yeah, I am going to go for the. Which one looks worse? Purple.
Yellow is missing. Yellow is missing an arm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did I see Zadie still on the? Did I see some sort of wings from Zadie as I was coming?
Zadie
this
I
way
am
or not?
Zadie is-
flying 10 feet in the air.
Zadie is now hovering, flying 10 feet in the
Oh,
air.
okay, and I could,
With,
I can see that from where I am.
Yes, very much so.
Perfect.
With like an ethereal light and, you know, just kind of angel-y things going on.
Oh, okay, good.
It's rather
I made this.
attention stealing.
A little bit.
And yeah,
Beacon,
So,
beacon of hope.
Guzza will go towards yellow and swing.
yeah, go for it.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you split this right down the middle as you just rush in, cantilevering it so the head of the scythe comes down as fast as possible. The momentum just splits it down to about the navel, whereupon it peels back and sinks to the ground. Couldn't have a session without saying it. And it falls to the ground very much. Just you see as that happens, the arm that was crawling along the ground just falls limp.
And I think because I'm a half orc, I get to do extra damage on that as well, don't I? Or is that
you do get
not?
brutal criticals, yeah. So
That's right.
You get, well, actually, that might be the barbarian feature, but yes, you get.
Oh, sorry, is that the half? Oh, okay,
No,
no, it's
half-
the half orc. Sorry.
Yeah, but you don't get that. Amazingly.
So I just wanted to see how Sophie would react to that.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, you got
Uh,
19 as well.
No.
No, that's
Oh,
a
that'd
that's a
be
fighter. That's a
Taking me
fighter,
along all this
that's a fighter
time.
archetype for that. So
Yeah, I will move towards. Wait, is this still the hand on this in between?
yes, it has stopped
Yeah, okay.
moving though. So
Oh, I will walk over it then and step on top of it and just crush it with my boot.
it's a bit slippy, but you maintain your balance.
Yeah.
Nice. And don't forget, you also have divine favor rolling as well. So you do
Oh
have an
yeah.
extra
So
D4.
what? 2d4.
1d4.
Sorry. Oh, is it not
2D,
double on damage dice?
2d4, I guess. Yeah, it's on the attack. So yeah, same to a smite.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do 27 damage as it had about 7 hit points left. You just completely destroy it, and you move in. Richter, you're up. You're still sitting, but you hear
Alright, I'm
combat
gonna-
still taking place.
I'm gonna stand up,
Mhm.
like naturally. I'm gonna take my 15 movement.
Yep.
Don't know how close I can get to the
Three squares.
last one wandering about, but I'm gonna try and blast him with my ray of frost.
Yep, go for it.
15 to hit.
Be right back, just
Yeah,
one second.
it hits, deals 2 damage though. It just pops it in the shoulder. But this one actually hasn't been hit this whole fight.
Are you joking?
You're kidding!
Full hit points. So he just
Okay, well
gets
he's now got
impacted.
half movement.
Yeah, well, 10,
Or
10
maybe
which
10.
which is half movement for zombies. So he does actually have half movement. That's your turn. Rhea, you're up. You see as one zombie sort of shuffles around. You saw the flash. You didn't see much more than that from Zadie's wings, but you do now see Zadie sort of hovering in the rain, sort of just there, wings spread out. What would you like to do?
Okay, I'm going to use my cunning action to dash.
Yep.
To get my 30 feet would probably get me as far as and then seeing the one zombie that's left, I'm going to go charging towards it, and I will do.
Yeah, you can make it.
My short sword attack, and then an offhand dagger.
Go for it. That misses.
I
The
know.
first attack that's missed this whole session from you guys. On the zombies. On the zombies. Excuse me.
Yeah,
To be clear.
Okay,
They
so
haven't
do
actually-
the offhand dagger.
Yep.
I can't believe it. So shit.
I really want it to miss as well, just because. Oh,
No.
you do get sneak attack on it, so
Sneak attack.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Double sixes. So this is also piercing damage, so they doesn't potentially lose an arm or worse. So it's 15 total. As you cut across it with a dagger, its organs start just spilling out. These rotting, fetid, intestines spilling out of its front. But it seems almost oblivious to it. Just seems that its superficial damage, effectively lowering its lifespan by damaging it enough that it will eventually fall apart. That's your turn, as you've used everything. It will go ahead and, because it is still in its form, it's gonna lunge at you, Rhea. You just slashed it, and
Chop.
you're there.
I came charging in.
It's a 10. That's an 18 that'll hit, and that's a 9 that'll miss. As it, but you do take the 3 damage as it sort of manages to get a claw in. As you cut it across the stomach, it manages to stab back. That's all of its turn, because it's only the one remaining. Trundle, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. And you are muted as well, so do be careful.
Absolutely. Did you see what I wrote to you in Discord?
I
It is
didn't.
regarding
I can't check Discord, unfortunately, as we play.
Do you mind if I just read it out, because it is regarding the blood right thing, and I do feel that it is actually necessary that I might take the extra damage to myself. Let me just try and
So you're asking about when you activate your blood right when you are in hybrid form, you do trigger that.
Yeah. So you said that I would only take 1, but I was dropping the rapier and the shield. It says your unarmed strikes are considered as a single weapon in regards to your Crimson Right feature. So
they both light up, but it only costs you 3 health.
Okay, understood.
So
I find that strange because they are essentially both weapons, and I had a blood right.
But they are treated as treated as one. So what I'm saying, the rapier when you dropped it would have deactivated.
Absolutely.
And the weapon, the claws have lit up, but they're considered one weapon, so you only have to lose half the health. Otherwise, you would be losing double health. That's the whole
understood.
point.
I understand. Yeah. Sorry, I understand that they're one weapon now. Okay. So then I will turn to the remaining.
I need you to make the wisdom save first.
There you go.
Okay, you're totally fine. Yeah, you took a few points of damage, but not enough to push it over 10, so you're absolutely fine.
And so I will make my predatory strike, and then I presume I make another one for the other.
That will miss, but yes, you make another one because they are considered 2 attacks. That'll hit slashing damage that will activate something here. Go ahead and roll.
So they have the D4, I believe, then. Because
they do. So go ahead and roll a D4. You may finish it. Okay, so it takes 1 more, and go ahead and roll the D20, please. Just to see what happens.
1.
Sorry. That's on me. Oh, if you got a 17, it would have been decapitated. But that is another arm. An arm falls off of this thing to the space next to it. It is barely holding on. And you've made 2 attacks. You do also get a bonus action attack with.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah, so you get to make 2, and then you get to make a bonus action attack. I believe. I will need to double check it, but this is fine. That is more than enough to bring it down, as it's on 3 hit points. As you cut across it with 3 claws, you will sort of pull around Trundle as he tears into this thing, and it falls to the ground.
I think likely in my insane state, I would turn to tearing it to absolute shreds. Perhaps even using the mouth and everything. Just just tear it to absolute shreds.
Yeah, you just
completely not in control.
Yeah, and as the last one falls, you hear another crack of thunder, and you look.
3 more wolves appear.
No, no. These are mummy lords. As they no, the rain starts to sort of calm down and actually cuts off. It slows down and comes to a stop after about say 30 seconds or so after the lightning sort of cracks in the distance. You do look. No one else is around besides your two allies who you could have called in at some point, but no one did. As he's there, sort of defending Ireena. Ismark is looking around. They didn't actually have anything to face off with. They weren't fighting anything else because you guys probably would have gone to protect them, or at least I know some of you would have. But you do see as there is in the gallows to the south there is just one hanging figure. It's facing away. It does just hang, hands bound behind its back, just swaying slowly in the breeze.
I'm gonna go fly over to it.
Mm-hmm. You fly over to it.
I'm gonna stay a safe 10 feet away from it.
You're able to sort of circle around it in this short period of time. And as you do, you circle around, and weirdly enough, it's a face you recognise. It's your own face, hanging there, weirdly bound, dressed in common clothing, very simple clothing, but it is you. Your hair sort of bound by sort of a sack almost, a hood that masks you from one side. You see as it is yourself. Skin turned a pale blue. You can see as there's sort of marks around your neck as you hang there, but it just creaks slowly in the wind, swaying from one side to the other. As again,
have eyes. She have eyes.
Yes, actually, but it's weird. You fly over there, you get a very strange sense of the area around you. You can, as you fly across, you lose track of Richter in back there as he sort of, and then he sort of pops back into view or pops back into feel. But you fly over there as your wings have another. I believe it's just a minute, right? Or is it 10 minutes?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I think yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to fly over there as the others sort of regather themselves. But as
Harry?
Okay. Can I have, while I was there, can I have reached out to the...
Wait, you cut out there a little bit?
I want to touch dead me on the face.
Get in line. Sorry.
Yeah, you reach out and sort of just touch it, and it's cold. But it feels, you sort of touch your own skin. It feels like you. It hangs there. Nothing snaps out and grabs you. It just hangs limply in the breeze as the rain slowly fades, soaking clothes dripping still for a little while. Your wings slowly run out, and you're able to sort of come to a stop on the...
Can I cut her down before my wings run out?
Sure. I mean, you have a mace. Yeah, I'm sure you have some sharp tool in there, like a dagger or something. You're able to cut through. It does take a little while. I'd say your wings probably run out, but you're able to reach out, as this is a set of gallows. If you come down on the gallows, you're able to cut it down. It sort of falls down. As you're doing this, though, because it would take a little bit of time and the whole observing process, what are you all up to? You see as Ismark sort of makes his way over.
Fucking... Trundle is a fucking not a total human right now. He is a fucking weird beast thing, am I right?
He is hairy.
I'm having my scythe out and shouting at him, "What are you? What are you?" And I am throwing my scythe wildly at him in an aggressive manner. We are not even out of combat yet, if such a thing exists.
I'm gonna grab Guzzer by the arm while he's doing this.
I'm gonna push you away. Get the fuck away from me, weak girl.
No, I'm gonna keep trying to drag him away.
I'm gonna start screaming violently, just completely, just like the most blood-curdling, half-human, half-bestial, just cry. Just starts clutching at all the weird hairs on my body and feeling at the marks on my back. Just
the marks on there.
Just oh wow, just where they were, just pure, just confusion and anger. Just an unstable mass just kneeling on the floor, just with these giant claws clutching at all of the hairs now coming off me.
Leaving trails of sort of frost in your own fur. Nothing hurting you,
Yeah.
but.
Did I sorry, before everyone like starts assaulting each other.
Oh,
did I see
Ray was about to say something. No.
Yeah. You know, as Guzza sort of saying, "What are you? What are you?" and then say, "I could ask you the same question. Now, unless you want me to ask it here for everyone to hear, you will shut up and back off."
I think I'm not smart enough to give you even the time to finish that sentence. I'm sorry. I think I would have pushed away at you, just because I'm so fearful of whatever this thing is in front of me beforehand. Can I push her away and try and attack Trundle?
You can, yeah.
I cast levitate on him.
Okay. I'm gonna say, can you both make a just roll?
Do I see him making the attack? Do I see him just running at me?
Well, he's standing next to you. You were standing
Yeah,
next to each
okay.
other as this happened. And
Can I rise and meet it in a not exactly defensive or offensive way? Just rise and meet it.
Yeah,
Just
but
rise,
can I
rise to the blade face first? Just.
Sure. Can I just go
It's
ahead?
a pretty
and
sharp blade, buddy.
Yeah. Can I go ahead and get initiative checks from both from everyone involved? Just not. Don't click your token. Don't re-roll it. I just want to just get a. It's basically a dex check to see what order these
Oh, I have
happen
to
in.
click my token. Sorry.
I
Yeah,
have to click my token as well. Yeah.
I can no longer choose. my
Oh,
token.
bad.
Yes, I can.
Bad.
I like that.
And
Bad.
Trundle as well, please.
I can't for some reason.
Yeah. Just do it and click your token. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to keep the other stuff, to be honest.
I can't click my token. Anyways, I'll just do it. 20 plus 2.
22.
Yes!
The exact opposite. You barely get to your feet
Oh.
as you're sort of pushing towards
Oh
it.
my God.
So, Rhea, you're casting levitate.
I
As
am
this
casting
happens.
levitate.
Go ahead
Uh,
and can you click the
hang
text
on.
a bit? Yeah.
I don't think it matters either way. Is it? Yeah.
Okay, Guzza, as you feel yourself start to lift off a little bit, can I have a Constitution saving throw from you, please?
Oh,
Oh.
Can't even hear a pointer. Okay. You feel
Up into the air.
as your swing, as you bring your scythe back to swing, you feel yourself suddenly pull up and sort of drift up into the air, and it sort of your swing loses all momentum as you sort of go to swing. It kind of starts you almost spinning forward. You don't like start flipping in the air, but you start to sort of tip over, and it's a very disconcerting feeling as you float up into the air 20 feet. I mean, Rhea, that's your action to have done that.
Yeah, to have lifted him 20 feet in the air
Yeah.
as part of the initial action. Yeah.
Guzza, it is round technically. It's your turn now. Is there anything you can do? As you...
we're walking. So no, I will.
I don't think you can because you can't make a
You don't make a
check
save.
at your turn or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to
Once
know if
you've
there's
effected
anything.
your effect.
Yeah, I want to know if there's
You
anything
can
that.
swing wildly or throw
Yeah,
something.
let me speak. I want to know if there's anything that Guzza's trying to do to.
Alright, can I throw my fucking sickle at the thing?
At Rhea or at Trundle?
Oh no, I think I'm still focused on Trundle. I don't know what's happening to me, but I'm assuming Trundle's involved with this.
Sure, I'll say go ahead and make a. God, this is weird. Make an attack roll with disadvantage. As you sort
With
of,
the
with
sickle?
if you're throwing the sickle, sure. I mean, it's you're able to pull it and kind of throw it, but you're in the air. You're kind of floating around a bit. Even with disadvantage, that's a 19, which is your armor class, Trundle, and you've dropped your shield, so it's even lower. So
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
the sickle comes and slams into Trundle's chest, kind of catching a bit of fur and flesh. It doesn't do much. It does 1 damage.
That'll be 1 damage. Yeah.
And Trundle, now that it comes around to your turn, can I get you to make a
Oh, please fail it.
wisdom save?
Pretty.
Oh no.
DC 10.
Oh no.
Ah!
We save
Yeah.
it. We save it.
Yeah, the frenzy rises in your body, but you quell it as you're sort of just fighting this feeling.
As if possible, as I quell that rage, I will turn to the bodies near me and just start tearing violently and ferociously at them. Not necessarily eating the dead bodies, but just tearing at them just with my mouth, and it's not eating them, but it's just fucking just absolutely going berserk.
You effectively dive onto this wolf and just start ripping into it, you know, sending blood and fur everywhere effectively. You don't get a con save at the end of your turn with levitate.
Nope, you are just levitated. Sorry.
Yeah, for up to 10 minutes.
Also, if I do have a combat action, would that count as my action?
Kind of, yeah. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
No. Well, that's my action. It doesn't change anything really.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Richter and Zadie. Well, Zadie, you're still kind of cutting the stuff down. Richter, what are you doing?
Did I see where Zadie flew off to?
Yeah, it's across the road. It's like 35, 40 feet away.
Across the road.
Alright, so while them two fight each other, I am interested to see where she went because there's some crazy shit going on with her. And like everyone's like killing each other.
Everyone's a little bit fucked.
You know, you all go fight each other. I'm not really. I'm like following the beacon of light that just flew away casually.
She was just briefly lit up. You were actually unconscious when it happened, so you probably wouldn't be aware of. You can see a fly.
Okay.
If that's what's drawing.
I saw her fly away. That will draw me towards.
Yeah,
it
that's fair enough. So
know.
you make your way out towards.
I am still lit up while I'm flying.
Yeah, you actually do exude light. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
She exudes fucking light.
I will follow the radiant beacon while I already know Trundle's shit. So,
I mean,
you know,
it's
no surprise to
pretty
me.
much
Everyone else could deal with it their own way.
Yeah. Richter
It's
had
pretty
a
much
very
a look at
strong
me.
inclination to know that I was going to go south.
You know, him transforming, no big deal. Richter's like, oh, yeah, well, I suspected as much.
Trundle, you see as Richter kind of walks past and just like eyes you slightly as you're sort of tearing into this, but just like not like a glare necessarily.
I just give you a casual nod almost, like, you know, like, I knew.
To be honest, I think Trundle takes no notice. He's just so in a blood frenzy.
There's like a freeze frame where you sort of like look up and you do connect it, but that's it,
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to stand there with my arms folded and look at Trundle as he's tearing into this, and then look up at Guzza, who's sort of suspended above me, because I'm going to sort of walk right underneath him and go, "We are learning a lot about each other today, are we not?"
Oh, I will drop you, miss, and I'll drop on you, miss. Stand right underneath me, please.
No, you've got a lot of time to
spend
up there and think about maybe.
Do I see where Zadie's gone? Like, I'm
she's like 10 feet off the map. She's literally there's a set of gallows that you went past where there's a body hanging, and she is sort of she's her wings are probably folded in at this point as she's sort of reaching up with a knife and is starting to cut the rope above this hanging body. It's facing away from you.
There's this body's not facing me, correct?
No. But I mean, you can see it hanging there. It's just wearing very plain clothes.
Any way of me to step up towards it?
Yeah, there's stairs that go around the side of the gallows.
Okay.
And Zadie, are you quite preoccupied with this, kind of frantically cutting away?
Well, once I've cut it down, I'm gonna lay it down and start doing the death rites.
Sure. So you're holding the rope below it, but cutting. And as you make your way round,
is she still cutting while I make my way up?
Yeah. I mean, it takes.
Okay. I offer her my scalpel while she's doing it. It's sort of like a way to speed things up.
Sure. You see the body there hanging there. Looks to be some commoner, just a individual. You know.
I haven't seen the face.
Yeah, it's just dark hair. Kind of looks like their face has been bashed or bruised in the past, possibly the cause of death. But as your analytical mind might think, but you look at it and it is still. It is just some commoner.
Perhaps you require a stronger instrument. A sharper one, rather. And I hand her the scalpel just to sort of speed things up a little. Going out with a mace doesn't make sense.
Well, no, I'm assuming she has a knife somewhere, but, you know, your scalpel probably is sharpened and ready for cutting if you hand it over.
So I'm still seeing that it's me, though, right?
Yes.
So I'll silently, I'll be like muttering prayers under my breath, but not really acknowledge Richter, but I will take the scalpel if that's going to be quicker.
Yeah, and Richter, as you approach and the light comes out, you know, again it's still undercover, cloud cover, but as light starts to come back from the sun, as the rain subsided, you get a look at Zadie. Her eyes are not there. She's there. This is very abnormal. It's very abnormal, even for you. She has like effectively hollow.
Even for me.
Well, yeah. I just don't want this.
I injected her blood less than 12 hours ago. This ain't the same blood I remember.
Yes, I just want to be clear that this is not something that would just kind of get generally brushed off. Her eyes are hollow. She seems to have flown over here and started cutting this, but her eyes are caved out. Like there are like almost scratch marks leading away from them. They're hollow. There's just red sockets that, you know, they're not bleeding. They look like they're scarified, if anything. But it is a horrifying sight.
How much can I see? What can I see?
That is something we will get to at the end of the session.
That's exciting. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to lay this person down and stop performing the rites.
Yeah. That'll take you a little while, but yeah.
Staring at their face the whole time.
You are severely disfigured from what I remember you being.
It's come right out of his
He doesn't know no subtlety, he's straight to the point. Even with that high charisma. It's the charm behind it that matters.
Yeah, it's one of your most charming characteristics. Yeah.
I think she'd freeze.
Sledgehammer plant.
Yeah.
I won't say anything.
Carry on.
Just like a pause.
And then, yeah, and then she's going to, once she's done the burial rites, she's going to try. I mean, I assume this is something that she can do for flavor, but she's going to sacred flame the body away, essentially. I feel like that's a very Pelori.
Yeah, I'll say it doesn't necessarily burn the body away. You know, for the purposes of like bodies, like for bodies existing, you know, body will still exist. It doesn't have it's a cantrip. It doesn't have the power to kind of completely burn the body away. But for the purposes of like performing a ritual, like it will. It's really hard to push it beyond like what it does as a cantrip.
What about 2 sacred flames? Like, I do have sacred flames.
That will burn it a little bit more with holy light. I will say in terms of like, what are you trying to do with it exactly to make it do it? Because it's not going to burn the body away. That would either be traditional.
That's kind of what I was after.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to burn the body away with sacred flame, unfortunately.
I'm trying to think of a cool like.
I know. I want to be like, yeah, it works, but it doesn't really work that way. Unfortunately, it's holy light, and it like.
You know, there's a grave just over here. Which
I mean, I was thinking about that.
I know that.
Yeah, I think knowing that there's a grave, I'll just take it over there.
Sure. You sort of move it over. Interestingly, as you sort of spark the sacred flame in your hand, just as you think about it, and it sort of, you know, just emanates a brief glow. You don't see any light. There's no light. There just is your hand, and there is magic there, but it's not light or dark. It's just there. Like you look up and around. There's no light or dark. There either is something or there isn't. There's the ground. You can sense that. You can sense all your allies moving around. You can sense something, you know, like a small rabbit or something, just moving through the field behind you. But you don't. If there isn't something, you don't see anything. And beyond a certain point, there's just darkness, just a void, stretching out endlessly.
What am I seeing when she casts Sacred Flame?
Oh, she sort of holds it in her hand. You see Sacred Flame as normal. You know what it looks like. You also have access to it. It glows and curls in her hand slightly as she sort of, you see her considering it and before acknowledging the grave and taking the body over. Moving off that way.
I assume that means, am I walking like through these guys fighting? Because in that case, I'm
no, you can sense
like,
you can sense and see them fine, but you can walk around it no problem.
Well, I mean, is the grave directly between me and them? Because if it is directly, I'm just walking through.
Okay. So yeah, you do have to come off to the side of the gallows, so it kind of puts you off to just to one side, but you are right next to it. Effectively, you sense Gaza floating about 20-25 feet in the air.
I'll follow, but as we follow, I want to sort of like I want to put my hand out with the black eye patch with the carnelian in it, and say, perhaps this might interest you for the time being. I won't ask questions. I'm not one to ask questions.
Yeah, as all this is...
as those three fight,
are you trying to trigger me?
Well,
as those three fight, we're just walking by with this body and an eye patch.
Yeah. As this is happening as well, you see those of you who are sort of less engaged in something very specific. I know you're all involved in something at the moment. You see, like Ismark seems to sort of be watching this all with like kind of confusion before Ireena steps past him. She says, "Brother, come on." And she steps up towards you guys, Rhea and Guzzo, who are sort of more close to fighting than just doing something.
I'm not fighting.
No, I know, but there's sort of like a
so I'm
frenzy
just,
and you're holding him in the air. Quite, you are like, you know, it is relatively clear they've watched the whole thing take place. And she sort of comes out and sort of just says, "Stop this! What are you all doing?"
I am stopping it. He was going to attack
All of you.
him. This Trundle, and seeing that he's still quite into this dead body, I'm going to use my mage hand to just tap him on the shoulder and see if I can get his attention.
You feel this sort of tapping on your shoulder. It's enough to snap you out of any sort of. You're muted again.
Muted.
Sorry.
That's okay, man.
No, my reaction to that would probably be to, it would be to engage in a sort of final frenzy in a way that sort of just makes me just grow so tired. And I sort of let hurl another one of the sort of blood-curdling just howls, which is just slightly too human to really sound
somewhere between howl and a scream.
Not that it would sound nice anyways, but it just doesn't sound right, and it would tire, and I would try and let loose another.
As he tires, I'm going to approach and kind of put a hand out on his shoulder.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I think Trundle will proceed to essentially pass out at DM's discretion to how that functions, but just to kneel down, to fall into his elbows,
as this whole thing
to his shoulder, and then
I'll try and catch him.
Yeah,
or at least I probably won't be able to support him, but I'll try and sort of lower him softly to the ground if I can.
You make your way over, and as Trundle gets up, you see his form. It's been about not quite 10 minutes, but it's been several minutes as he sort of, you see him kind of look like lightheaded as he gets up, just coated in blood. His hands, like his claws are coated in blood. He stands there. Usually, how tall is Trundle? He's like, say 5'10".
He's not massive.
But he's like average height.
5'10", 5'11", really around that height. He's
very average height.
Special height. He's
at this point,
not big,
At this point, he's about sort of 6.5 feet tall or so. His body sort of bulked out somewhat, and as he sort of turns and he looks at you, you see his eyes. He's like, again, his mouth is still the same. It's almost protruded slightly, very slightly muzzle-like, as he sort of just shifts, and you see him sort of stagger towards you slightly. His form pulls back down into its normal size, and he stumbles towards you. You catch him, blood just smearing all over you as well, as his weight, although he's relatively average size, he's still a human, and you have to sort of lower him down as he passes out.
Yeah, I will, if possible, just be essentially unconscious after such a new ordeal. You can see that his chest is rising and falling heavily. You know, he seems to be breathing rapidly, but he's essentially unconscious. Just he falls.
Zadie, where are you?
At this point, you guys would have moved through it, and Ireena at this point would sort of, looking at everything that's going on there, would have turned to you guys as you come across, and she would have looked at you and again taken a step back from you, with relative aghast. Zadie, she sort of looks at you and goes, "What happened to you? How do you stand still? I saw you fly. I saw you." And she sort of shudders slightly and just cuts her sentence off.
No, I didn't take the eye patch. I'm
okay. Yeah. just wondering, did you take the eye patch, or am I just like holding it in my hand?
I'm holding my own dead body in my hands.
I'm just very happy that someone else is here to take the weird spotlight off of me.
Yeah, well, you're holding a commoner as far as I'm aware. I'm just holding his eye patch as I walk alongside you, sort of. You might want this.
Okay,
it is both eyes.
So I'm going to put this me in the grave. And then, because it's me, I assume she's wearing my symbol.
No. It's weird. It's dressed in plain clothes, but it is you, effectively.
In that case, as I place her down, I'm going to finish off my prayer, and then I'm going to cast light on my symbol.
Okay, you cast light on your symbol. You see no discernible change.
Okay, this is the point where Zadie is going to fall to her knees and scream louder than anyone has ever screamed before, but I'm not going to do that down the mic.
That is a good idea. I sort of learnt last week. Yeah, so as the scream echoes out in this area, and Ireena sort of makes her way over towards you, tentatively, keeping her distance. As Guzza, you are still floating in the air. Are you doing anything at this point, by the way?
Yeah, I am trying to. I would like to throw an iron pot, please, which, as we know, I hold.
Go ahead and just make it. Yeah, just make a normal improvised weapon check. You've stabilized a bit. You've got a little bit used to this, so just it'll be a strength check, a strength attack, but without proficiency. So, well, okay, that's
I presume with advantage because I'm unconscious.
Oh, I'm assuming. Oh, this is a Trundle. Yeah, who do you think?
No, I think I think after Rhea's words, I think it's right at Rhea right now. So
just go ahead and roll a d4, and Rhea, go ahead and make a concentration check, please.
Oh.
Okay. So. Yeah, I mean,
well,
improvised weapons are a bit messy, but I'll say you take 6 points of damage as this thing, boom, smacks you over the head.
Well, to be honest, I would be quite happy to roleplay it that when I hear Zadie scream, I just lose all concentration on everything and go rushing to her.
Okay, well, you still need to make. I mean, go ahead and make the check regardless. It's. I guess it determines what causes this.
Okay.
This is
just a Constitution.
I love infighting.
Saving throw or?
Yes, it's a saving throw.
No, it's a saving throw.
It's a saving throw. Yeah.
I haven't been able to put this in yet, but all my saving throws get +1 because of the cloak protection.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine.
I didn't need it.
Yeah, so boom, it goes off, and as you sort of rush over, it's around then that it drops. So by the time you're sort of over towards Zadie, you do take the 6 points of damage. Guzza, you fall 20 feet. You take.
Oh, you don't. You float to the ground.
Oh, you do. Okay, yeah, you don't fall. Yeah, that's probably why you can't abuse it in that regard. That would be really busted. So yeah, you float down to the ground. Your divine favor has worn off over the minute. So a few minutes this is taking place, and Zadie's just screaming. And as you rush over, you see Zadie there. You push past Ireena, who's there, sort of not quite sure what to do. Hand on her rapier in its scabbard, but not drawing it. As you rush over to Zadie, you see her sort of fall into her knees, light emanating from her symbol. But no, her face horribly sort of scarred and destroyed as her eyes are not present.
Yeah, I'll be reaching for it and come around and then just see her eyes and go, oh, shit. What happened to you? Zadie?
The scream continues for a while before.
Okay, I'm going to start, because I assume I can't, so I can't see this, so I'm going to start casting light on, everything. Just on and as soon as I can't see it, it goes, and then on something else. So I assume for everyone else, it's gonna look like a fucking disco.
Yeah. it's every 6 seconds or so you see a light sort of blink in, blink out, blink in, blink out. You see nothing. You see no discernible change.
Question. Is Trundle passed out?
Trundle is passed out.
Is Trundle still in his war form?
No, he shifted back.
No, I'm.
Oh,
at the DM's discretion, I'm in the. I have essentially taken. I don't really know how it works, but it takes me an action to shift into this form, and I do believe it takes me an action to shift out of, and so an action is 6 seconds, however which way, or is it able to? Just
it doesn't matter if you fall unconscious. I believe you lose it anyway. So.
Either which way, I'm happy to roleplay it to be transforming slowly. But as we said, as I fell into her arms, that I was essentially human by the end of it. So take that.
If you fall unconscious, you automatically revert. So that's what's
there. You go. Yeah. So cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that is me. I'm an unconscious human on the floor, but I might just be slightly more hairy and stuff than before.
I mean, it's sort of receded back. You are effectively yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I was just playing. Yeah.
Can I move towards him and sort of investigate his body, seeing this strange?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I resist. No, I'm just.
Does his passed out nature make it easier to fondle him or not?
You'll make an investigation check. You ain't getting some creepy ass advantage.
Damn.
I get an advantage to fondle him.
So you wait. You
Does
rolled,
it count as animal handling though? That's the real question.
So the first roll was 5. Yeah. It's Trundle. He's dropped his shield and his rapier. They're over on the floor back there, but he's very much him. His hands are cold.
Okay.
His hands are specifically quite cold, but the rest of him is still human body temperature warmth.
Yeah, it's the wolf curse. I've seen this before. Yep. People act weird around wolves. That's cool. No worries. Cool guy.
You saw what happened. You saw him shift into this sort of weird hybrid-y, like wolfy form.
No, I don't think I did. I was way more occupied with everything that's going on around.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, you
wolf
saw him in his hybrid form there, tearing into stuff. You know.
That's wolves. I don't know what wolves do. Wolves are fucking mental.
Okay.
Yep. If Sadie's still screaming and doing the light thing,
yep.
I want to.
I think she will have stopped screaming, but still with the light.
Yeah, very frantically.
Don't cry anymore.
I'm gonna put my arms around her and just whisper very close to her ear something that Sean told me about quite a while ago. But I'm just gonna whisper to her, "Let the sun rise."
I think it must be a test. A test, right? It'll go away when I prove myself.
Let the sun rise. What
It's
do you
fine.
say? What do you say? You remember?
And it's just a test, and it'll be fun, and
Let the
it'll all-
shadows flee.
it'll all be okay as long as I prove that I'm worthy of what I've been given, and then it'll be fun because it's just a test, and ain't nothing as powerful as Pelor. So if he didn't want this to happen, it wouldn't have happened. So it must be a test.
Then you will pass this test. You can do this. Just breathe and just breathe and breathe and breathe. Okay?
Okay.
I've got you. Okay?
And I'll bury my head in her shoulder.
Yeah, and no tears fall.
I'm just gonna stand there.
Yeah. Yeah, Richter, you stand there exhausted and battered.
Coated in blood.
Ireena sort of watching this display looks over to you and she's like, "You look like shit." Here, and she'll go over to you and she'll give you a potion of healing as well. So if you want to go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2, she'll just
Where
hand
the
it to you.
fuck were you 5 minutes ago?
I mean,
Did
I
you
asked
say
you.
we didn't call them? They just watched people die, which is what.
Well, when they were watching people die, Ismark's thought is, yes, where there are people dying, I should put myself in danger and or my sister, who I am trying to protect. So, I think from his perspective, he was not engaged when he sees these supposedly capable individuals getting torn apart. His thought isn't immediately, I will rush in. If you guys had called
That's
them,
fair.
maybe different, but we'll see. But yeah, the events unfolded as they did. Ismark has sort of made his way over towards you, Gaza, as he sort of just like looks at you and says, "Hey, you okay? Is he okay?"
Which he does he mean at this point?
He's saying to you, "Are you okay?" And then he gestures towards Trundle, and is he okay? He's struggling with something.
I've seen this before. He'll be fine. How are you guys doing? You look pretty comfy back there.
I'm sorry, you see him sink his head slightly. He says, "I must protect my sister, and putting her in danger. If I moved, she would have come after me. If anything happened to her, I'm sorry." You see him like apologize, and he starts sort of leaning down and not so much treating Trundle's wounds, more than just sort of making sure that Trundle's, you know, like starting to bandage up some of the worst wounds that he's been inflicted with on his body.
I'm sure. Can I go back to where Zadie had fallen? Can I have a look around that area? Is there any suggestion that something weird has gone on over here?
No, there isn't. There's blood. I mean, there's a lot of stuff over here, but there's a lot of mud, blood, zombie flesh, wolf flesh. There's nothing that.
Some sparkly organs.
I mean, the sparkle probably would have faded relatively quickly.
Too soon.
Yeah, I mean, there is a faint bit of sparkly blood, but no. I mean, you were miles away over in the fight dealing with something else. You would have seen her sort of rise up, lit up, and then use the wings later on, but there's nothing to infer that there's anything that really strange has gone on here. There's no eyeballs on the ground or anything like that. That's what you want.
I was about to say, if you can find the eyeballs, give me a shout.
Can't quite see them, can you? I guess that's the
Out.
May
Out.
I inquire,
Yeah.
as to the DM's discretion as to when I might come to or come back to consciousness to some extent. Just is that can I slowly just make a rise?
Yeah, as Ismark sort of like bandaging, he's wrapping something on your non-shield arm where you've taken a few hits. He's just sort of wrapping a bandage across your arm and treating it as you sort of stir slowly. He sort of like you see him flinch and pull back slightly as he sort of cuts the bandage and seals it up effectively as he sort of stands over you. Not menacingly, he's not drawing a blade or anything. But he stands looking at you somewhat apprehensively. He says, "You feeling okay?"
Before this, I saw Harry had his hand up. If you wanted to,
It's something I could do afterwards. I realised
Alright,
it was
cool,
only
so-
that. Go ahead.
well then I'll start sort of kind of scrambling backwards in confusion. As far as Trundle is concerned, the combat has only continued or has skipped as to when he has made his essentially transformation.
Mhm.
He only recalls being surrounded by a couple of zombies and hearing a wolf's call, and so he now caked in blood, hurt, damaged, seeing everyone else in some sort of a horrible state is relatively bewildered. He'll push away
And in
be
a lot of
confused
pain,
by-
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll push away and he'll look for his rapier, look for his
Hey,
his
Ismark stands there, like, as you're pushing away, he goes, hey, calm down. You're okay. You seem to have lived through this one, but like he's sort of like he's holding his hand out. Just calm down.
in a frantic way, he will look to his rapier and his shield.
You can't see them.
He will look for, but he will succumb to Ismark's his words, his kindness, and he'll Trundle will calm. He'll what happened?
You've had a long day,
But what happened? Who? Why?
you're not
It's
yourself.
finished. It's finished.
Yes.
It's finished, and he'll clutch onto him into the scruff of his shirt or whatever the fuck he's wearing, just close and be like, he would just breathe, but just heavily, almost to the point of just even incapacitating himself from breathing so heavily, just confusion.
Yeah.
No recollection.
Yeah, I mean, he pulls away as you sort of reach up to him, and he just pulls back and goes, "You need to calm down, pal. It is you fought well, but I feel like we may have seen something within you. It is and you do not remember the rest of the fight." He's looking at you sternly, like,
No, nothing. And I will proceed to just flop down on my back and just lie prone, just
yeah, it's muddy, it's
concentrating
bloody,
on breathing.
but yeah.
Yeah, just lie down flat in the mud.
Yeah, you sort
Now finding my peace with the situation,
Mhm.
knowing that things are now slightly more in control, but just having gone from 100% to now, not necessarily 0%, but just
Yeah.
more calm state, just
Yeah.
alert is still,
Yeah, adrenaline stuff in your system.
yeah,
Yeah.
flowing, yeah.
So he's still sort of watching over you, but I mean, he offers a hand up. Says, "Come on, get up. You don't want to lie in the mud. You should get going."
I'll take his hand, yeah.
He sort of helps you to your
Rise.
feet.
At the next opportune moment, I'll go and find my equipment, but
yeah, you can go do so now. He just keeps an eye on you as you sort of move off.
yeah,
As he-
when yeah, absolutely.
And he makes his way over to the others. Gaza, sorry, do you want to do something, or is I just muted himself? I can't see. He's off camera.
Sorry, no.
sorry.
It was going to be sort of more at the end because I did realise it didn't need to be done now. But I think Gaza would have an interest, as he always has, in wolves. So he's going to try and start skinning these larger wolves.
Okay. I mean,
What about
most
as
of them have multiple sort of like stab wounds and slash wounds. Like none of them were really like cleanly. Well, the wolves were cleanly killed, I suppose. The smaller wolves. The other wolves will take a long time to skin. This isn't some Red Dead kind of, 5 seconds and you're done. This is, to cleanly skin the dire wolves. I don't know exactly how long it would take, but you'd be looking at least a half an hour to do a reasonable job, or otherwise it would be a particular hack job. Maybe not quite that long, but I would expect it would be about that long. And yeah, I mean you can totally do so, but
Great. Does anyone want to move in the next 19.5 minutes?
Ismark,
I'll carry on.
Ismark does.
Well, I'm going to be trying to get Zadie to her feet and to the cart. And if I see him sort of Guzza working on one of these wolf pelts, I say, "You don't have time for that. We've got to get somewhere safe. We've got to get Zadie somewhere safe."
Yeah, Ireena sort of agrees and kind of follows with, and Ismark kind of trails behind, as you both sort of make your way back to the path where it kind of forks off towards the encampment. And excuse me, I'm picking up a zombie there. And Ismark sort of trails on behind. He says, "Yes, we need to get to safety. The longer we wait out here, well." And he sort of looks across at the entire like battlefield here in this graveyard where everything is now in shambles. He looks and just says, "I think he might already know of our. Well, he seems to know more than he lets on." And he sort of gestures to the fight that's taking place here. Come on, we got to move. And he
Got the size.
Yeah.
Fine. And I'm gonna cut off a wolf's paw with one clean scythe hit.
Yeah.
While
that
he's
you can
doing
do, no
that,
problem.
can I draw blood from the other wolf he's not mutilating?
Sure, go ahead and make
I've sort of like
go,
I've given up, sort of like trying to consult Zadie.
sure, go ahead and make a
Ray's got
phlebotomy
better.
kit check as you sort of drain it.
All right, let's pop that wherever that may
You
be.
were trying to console her?
Oh no! Oh yeah, but I thought, yeah.
Here's an eye patch for your freaky new eyes.
You look
I
weird.
said
I think
I said I'm not asking questions yet.
I think
for now, let's just let her deal with it on her own time.
Yeah, I think Richter might be on a spectrum. What that spectrum is, we'll see,
He
you know.
might be what you
bit.
call an
But,
odd
yeah.
person.
But guys, without issue, you're able to sort of just cleave
What
off.
shall I roll it as? Because we
haven't set it up. It would just be I guess it would be an intelligence check with proficiency.
Okay, so we'll just add 2 to whatever this is.
Mhm.
Wow.
You rolled it to me, but make sure. Yeah, that's all right. That was a natural 20.
That was for the death save. Sorry about that.
No, it rolls
For
automatically.
that
The death saves automatically. roll
Oh,
to
okay. I set
Yeah.
it to GM for the death save.
that's all right. It
my
will
bad.
do it automatically. So yeah, I mean, you're able to very quickly because it's just you pull out a needle, you draw. Because these are big beasts, although they've been cut up, some of the cuts actually help in this regard and will sort of open up some of the wounds that you're able to just basically jam it in, find a decent sort of blood vessel and drain it. You're able to fill a couple of vials easily, and I mean like easily. You could probably fill a full set of your vials.
I will take only 2.
Okay.
Like at most. I'm carrying 5 empty on me at the moment, but I'll take only 2.
Okay. So you take 2, and are able to drain them no problem. Because I mean, even skinning a small wolf, I'm just thinking here, you'd still be looking at least sort of a 10-15 minute job. You could try taking the wolf with you, but you have no way of carrying it without carrying it yourself, which you could do if that's what you choose.
If people want to move, they're moving. I'm going to take 2 dire wolf feet from these 2 who can move on.
That is no problem. You just cleave them off, and as you all start to sort of move off, again the body of random stranger / Zadie lying in the grave, which has not been recovered. It is the burial rites have been done. There's a bit of dirt that's been mounded over it, but it is a very, very shallow grave. And as you all sort of move off here, with Ismark sort of protecting Ireena against all of you to some extent, not violently, just keeping his distance and leading the way down to the Serre pool, you hear in the distance as the afternoon is kicking in. Really, again, this fight was quick, but time is perhaps a bit abstract and weird here. You make your way down the pathway for another half an hour to an hour or so, and as you reach the afternoon, you can hear in the distance the sound of what sounds like joy and merriment coming from near the riverbank at this encampment, and that is where we'll end the session as you move off, making your way down there. Very combat heavy session. Very combat heavy session.
Indeed, sir. But you know.
Yeah, and a player death, or was it? So Zadie.
Yeah.
Mechanically, because others can immediately see this, and you probably have several questions, which we'll get into at the start of the next session, as you have had an hour or so to journey after all this shit's gone down. You effectively have blind sight up to 60 feet, beyond which distance you are blind.
Cool.
You cannot see normally, but you have blind sight, meaning anything within that isn't behind total cover within 60 feet of you, you can perceive. Like, it's much better within 60 feet. You don't need light to see, but you also can't see light. It's a bit like the Matrix. You see.
If I cover my eye holes, can I still see?
Yes.
I'm
gonna say yes, you can.
What was your intellect again?
My eye holes.
Real low.
Yeah.
My eye holes, no!
Coming out of
Yeah.
the sphincter balls.
Eye holes. The delicious breakfast
Yeah.
cereal.
There is another stipulation that comes with this, however.
Guys, you've got a fucking blind angel that can see that.
Unfortunately, as your eyes have melted away, leaving these horrifying empty sockets, you do have disadvantage on any persuasion checks. Technically, I will say that this is with the stipulation that people are able to see you and can see your face, even if you cover it up. People find it rather disconcerting if someone is perhaps wearing like just something over their eyes whilst functioning completely normally, or if they're visible, but only if they can see you, like your face, you know. So if you are trying to persuade someone, I don't know, behind a wall or behind through a door or something like that, you're fine. Otherwise, you do have disadvantage on persuasion checks. This is from a pre-written thing as well. This is a
On this journey, I will probably have worked out that I can see without my eye holes.
Yeah.
So I think.
Do you still have eyelids?
I'm just seeing a void. So I will have ripped a part of like my undershirt or something and wrapped that around my head. So I now have a full bandage in my face.
Yeah. So your face is fully wrapped now. Behind
over my eyes, just like a ninja, I guess. Anti-ninja.
Yeah, you look like Neo towards the end of Revolutions. Yeah.
So I play World of Warcraft.
Guys, I'm basically Jesus.
Do you go by Sadie still or Jesus? Sorry.
Jesus.
And as a note as well, during that death, you know, we discussed the death resurrection kind of rules and functionality. That's your one.
Yeah.
As in, from what we discussed, any subsequent deaths, there's no guarantee you'll come back. If you use healing, if you use reviving magic, because you know what we discussed with regards to death rules, that has expended that for you. But no, good session. Besides the fact it was very combat heavy. Again, that's what happens when you throw a lot of things at people, at players. Often it can become a thing where it's often the numbers advantage is what will really swing fights more than the actual power of the things.
I think it's a positional situation.
Partly
I think
you
it
guys
was
were
difficult.
split. You couldn't focus fire. There's lots of healing.
3 fights going on.
Yeah, and I mean it was interesting. It obviously took a lot of managing, but kudos on making it through mostly. Riptor, don't forget you do have that point of exhaustion.
I know, I marked off my character sheet. I'm well aware I almost died. Like twice.
Fantastic. And yeah, you'll head down to the Sir Pool.
Makes your boy
I would be a little bit wary of you guys, for you guys that don't overly scan this map too much. This map that you're on now. You have made it down to this fork, and you've made it down to about here. It's sort of as the road that wends down towards the Sir Pool becomes more of a cobbled stone path. That is when you start to hear the sounds of merriment off in the distance, and
sounds of merriment. You said.
Yes, merriment.
Good,
like
good
cheers
things.
and
Good
joy.
things.
Yeah, exactly.
We need good things right now.
Nice. Sorry, it's just a double, perhaps triple checking. Yeah. Nice.
Cool. And yeah, can I also get votes for thingy, we'll do it again. Vote on
Absolutely.
vote on Discord, so we can go through it afterwards.
For sure.
And I know we've overrun again, but that's because we had a couple of
a tricky
technical
one.
problems.
Well, you know.
Super long combat. I'm also going to give. This is purely. I'm going to give one to Snake. Because you're literally adding physical fake blood onto yourself when you're taking damage.
That was amazing.
That's like
Yeah.
I can't see you too
Thanks,
clearly,
buddy.
but that's like next level commitment.
I like coated myself in it by the end of it. If I was dead, I was just gonna straight across the face, roll across the neck. I was ready.
Go like full carry.
I still got this much
This guy
left. I was willing to do at least
sort of-
that.
Jesus, yeah, you would have looked like Carrie. That would have been beautiful.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah, no,
Thank you.
yeah, no, seriously, good job, guys. Obviously very combat heavy, but I don't think combat will usually be quite that intense, shall we say, or that like how do I put it? That long, I think. But it was good. It was good. We hadn't had combat last session, so we sort of made up for it, I guess, by rolling it into this one.
By killing people.
By killing people, indeed. So
That's a lot of
Yes,
blood.
yeah,
Many people.
I mean, but that was a challenging
No
fight.
comment,
That was kind of the level of challenging I kind of expected from a shambling mound at level 2, and it turned out to be some direwolves and some zombies at level 3. But good job, guys. Thank you everyone who's watched as well. Really appreciate it.
Thank
and
you.
Feedback's always
Thank you,
good.
everyone.
Thank
I know
you.
combat can get a bit boggy and a bit boring and a bit slow. So thanks for sticking with it. Got a few things just a few follows and whatnot to run through. So thank you for all of those.
Absolutely.
So there were a few follows. There was one from Bruce DM right at the very beginning. Thank you for that, Bruce. If you're still here,
Thanks,
I have no
Bruce.
idea if you're here. Thanks, Bruce. Dragon Glass. Oh god, did I just redo that? I think I just redid the donation one by accident. That's fine. Dragon Glass. Thank you very much for the follow. At the end of the day, it's kind of a nice name.
I like that. That's a good name.
Yep. Rude. This is an impossible one. Rude Champ Sajaskrath 2137. Thank you for the follow. And
Thank
last
you.
last
Thank you
but
so
not
much.
least, Mutant Manny. Thank you. Really appreciate it. On top of that, thank you for the 10 euro donation, Hajax, for the microphone. Thank you for that. We've already got one. Sean is currently using a new microphone purchased
And
as
it
of
sounds
last week. It
great.
just sounds fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Some might say cursed.
Super fancy.
Rhea lost her eyes, but her voice is
Fantastic.
beautiful.
Yeah, and then last but not least as well, thank you for the little bit of bits there. Make mistakes. Thank you for all the nice words, guys. And little bits. And Emp as well for 7 months resubbing as well during the session. Cheers, dude.
Much love for
it's-
7 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
While we're giving out thanks, I think as always, I think we should always thank Ian
Always,
for running every
Absolutely.
No, keep it coming,
that
keep it
was-
coming, keep it
That
coming,
was
keep
a
it
lot.
coming.
That was a lot to manage
You
in
may-
one
You may
combat.
have tried to
well-
kill us, but we do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tried my best. No, and I mean,
It's
as always,
true.
thanks to all of you guys. Thank you, Snake, Sean, Harry, Sophie, and
As-
Elliot as well.
As
You're
Sophie
all-
Harry was saying, you know, it's no, it's tough and it's really impressive, and you always do such an amazing job. Such a descriptive and articulate person, and you make it so visual for everyone. And I hope as well for the chat.
I literally couldn't do it without
It's an
you guys.
enjoyable experience, so
yeah, like the game
thank
before
you.
we started streaming
Thank
this
you
was
so
just
much.
really dull and boring. That's what happened. It's you guys that make this happen. No, I'm kidding. This is it's not a normal fucking game. Exactly as I would be. So
but it is great.
so thank you. I'm gonna take this off because Jesus Christ, wearing a fucking itchy ass wig for 4 hours.
Want something
Oh.
more itchy.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Damn light.
Oh.
Hey, there you are.
I cannot wait to wash my face.
Yeah, I do.
I want to wash my face so
Yeah,
bad.
and
Get in line, motherfucker!
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, kudos on the outfits
One
as
at a
well.
time.
That's seriously,
true.
guys,
That's very
that was
true.
fucking awesome. Even Elliot coming in right there at the end, you're like, I messaged you in the afternoon, and it was like, I don't really have anything. I was like, oh fuck, well,
don't.
just
I
find
honestly
something.
don't.
And you're like, oh, I've got a beard thing, and that was
Do you
just
want
like,
to know where I found this beard thing?
where did
it
you
was-
find the beard thing?
It was literally underneath this thing. So
No.
it was
Under the.
under it. Yep, fully under it. There is no equipment. So I figured there's only one thing that could make me look even vaguely like I'm.
Incredible.
Yeah, well,
Trying,
it kicked fucking ass, man. So, but essentially, sincerely, great shout to all of you who tuned in, and those of you who were playing who did sick ass
Absolutely.
outfits.
Everyone looks
Always a
dynamite.
pleasure.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's it. To be honest, we're gonna probably just detox again. It's always a pleasure to bring these to stream, And for all of you who turned out, all of you followed the donation and everything else, seriously, thank you. But yeah, I don't really know how to sign these things off other than to say, peace out, guys, and we will see you.
Peace out.
You're great. Thank you.
See you next
so
week.
much.
And next week we will be wrapping at 11 or earlier in terms of the actual gameplay because
hopefully no one's gonna die
we
next
don't
week.
want to be we don't want to keep
Don't
overrunning.
jinx it.
Well, we had a big fight now.
Bye, everyone.
Peace out, guys.
Bye.
Love you all.
You're